Hello guys, I'm thinking about making like this short series on my secondary channel where I basically journal my journey on learning game development in Java using the LibGDX framework. And my goal is to spend at least 15 minutes a day for a whole year because I heard, that'll make you an expert. And I'm gonna make shorts on this journey. I do hope to make daily unedited vlogs, but that might change due to me already running another channel, plus work and life balance. So far, I've been following this YouTube tutorial online on how to create Flappy Bird, and this is what I have so far, but I just haven't learned too much yet. The main purpose of this is just to see my progress and share my progress with you guys. And yeah, so this was just an introduction, and so hopefully you guys enjoyed this series. So this is day one of trying to learn game development in Java, and I've been following a tutorial online on how to recreate Flappy Bird using the LibGDX framework. And from yesterday's journal, I only had the bird in the background, but today we were able to draw the pipes, and these pipes will randomly change. At least that's how it's coded. So like, remember the pipes, so it should be placed differently if I try to run it again. It doesn't look like it, but it does change though, from what I've seen. Alright, that was just a quick update, and I'll see you guys later. Bye. Hello, so this is day 2 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, while trying to recreate Flappy Bird, we were able to add more tubes to our game and also add movement to the birds. And pretty much that's the only update. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. So this is day 3 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So I've been following a tutorial online, and today we were able to update the camera so that it follows the bird, and also add collisions to the tubes and the bird, so when they collide the game should restart like that. And that's pretty much it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. So this is day 4 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was introduced to disposing resources, and what that entails is that basically if we have any textures that we're using in our code, like let's say this bird class, we're using a texture, we need to make sure to manage our resources to prevent leaks in our memory. So yes, this is how it looks like, what I have so far. It's pretty much the same as yesterday's. It's just that yesterday I learned about managing resources, but I still need to do more. I still need to learn more information about it, and that's pretty much it. So, peace. Hello, this is day 5 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we were able to add in this ground texture at the bottom, and also add some logic where if the bird collides with the texture at the bottom, it means it's a game over, so we just start the game just like this. And that's pretty much it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. So this is day 4 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we were able to add in an animation to the bird. And from what I'm seeing, this is done through giving a sprite sheet and then just calculating, or I guess rendering the next frame based on some sort of delta time. But it's still a little bit confusing for me, but ultimately I think this is pretty cool. And yeah, so I guess that's just a quick update for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 7 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we were able to add in music and sound to our game. As you can see, or as you can hear in the background, we have this Kirby theme playing in the background. And also we have added a flapping sound for every time the bird jumps or flaps, I guess. And this is the last part of the tutorial that I've been following. And overall, I could say it was a pretty fun experience, and I'm pretty happy with what I made here. But now it's time to move on to the next part, which is I found this tutorial online, and I heard it's a good tutorial for beginners like myself. And we're basically going to make this bouncing circles. So it's not as interesting as Flappy Bird, but I feel like I could learn something from here. Well, that's pretty much it. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. So this is day 8 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was introduced to this class here, which allows us to create shapes onto our game. In this case, we're creating a circle, and we do it in our render method, which gets called every time we want to render a frame. In our case, we have it set to 60 frames per second. So this means that this method here gets called 60 times per second, which is pretty crazy in my opinion. And then we also have this create method, which gets called only once, and this only happens at the beginning of our execution of our game. And this is what our game looks like now. So it's just a circle that's bouncing back and forth. So we did add a little bit of physics where we added velocity to our circle. And yeah, it's not as exciting. It's not as exciting as the Flappy demo, but I feel like I'm learning more. And yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 9 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we were able to move the circle object into a separate class so that we could easily instantiate multiple instances of the balls or circles, and we store them into an array list like so, and then we create 5 of them, and then with varying sizes and speeds. And this is what it looks like right now. So there's just 5 circles going around, and let's see what happens if we change it to, like, let's say 25. Let's see how that looks. And yeah, it looks a lot more hectic. So this tutorial taught me about how to draw shapes and a little bit of adding physics into the game, like speed. And yeah, so that ends my my journal for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 10 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue with part 2 of the tutorial that I was following yesterday, and our first task was to try to figure out how to bounce our ball, our circle, at the point of contact, which is the outer radius. And to solve this issue, we need to calculate the location of the point of contact, which is either adding or subtracting the radius from our x or y position. So for example, let's say we wanted the circle to bounce once the top part of the circle hits the top part of the screen. We would add the radius to the y position and then check to see if that result is greater than the max height of our game. If it is, then we just change the direction of the speed to make it look like it bounced away from the top. And yeah, so that ends my journal for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 11 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So yesterday I made an error thinking that my ball was actually bouncing at the point of contact, but that wasn't the case because I realized that when I passed in the size, or when I created the ball and passed in the size parameter, it was actually the radius. I assumed it was the diameter of the circle, and this messed up my calculation because I thought I divided it by 2 to get the radius, but rather I'm dividing the radius by 2. So then that's why it kind of looked weird yesterday, and it didn't look like it was actually bouncing at the point of contact. Well, I made those changes now, and it looks a lot better. And I also added this paddle class where it would follow my mouse wherever it goes. It kind of looks off-centered, but yeah. Alright, I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 12 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So yesterday, I had this weird offset on the paddle, and today I fixed that. And I did this by calculating the difference of the mouse's X position with half of the width of the paddle, so that we could offset the paddle to the center, which looks like this, and it looks way better. And right now I'm at the part where we're trying to add collisions, and yeah, don't mind the changing colors. We were going to use that to indicate whether the paddle was colliding with the ball, but I couldn't figure it out with the time I had left, so that's going to be something I'll be focusing on tomorrow. Alright, I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 13 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued working on the collisions, but I couldn't really figure it out during this session. So during the last 3 to 2 minutes, I decided to ask ChatGPT for help, and it gave me a working solution. So what's supposed to happen here is if the paddle collides with the ball, the color should change like this. And while the code works, I really want to focus on trying to understand it, because I don't want to rely on ChatGPT too much. So tomorrow I'm going to be spending the time to understand the code that it gave me, and hopefully I'll be able to improve on this. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 14 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I focused on trying to understand the collision detection code that ChatGPT gave me yesterday, and this is basically the logic that it gave me. And from my understanding, or at least from the research I did today, I broke it down into 2 parts. So the first part checks whether the ball and paddle's x coordinates are within each other, and then the bottom logic does the same but in the y-axis. And if both of these conditions are true, it means an overlap happened with the paddle and ball. The logic is still a little bit iffy, but I think I'm starting to get it a little bit. So yeah, so that ends my journal for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 15 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, the first thing I did was add a feature where if the ball collides with the paddle, it bounces away from it. And then I also created a block class where once it collides with the ball, it should get destroyed, but it hasn't been implemented yet, and that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. And the one thing I'm noticing so far is that each of the instances we have in our game, which is the ball, paddle, and the block, they each have their own draw method, and this gets called in the render method that's in our game class, and I guess that's how it's being drawn into our game. And yeah, so that's pretty much it, and I'll end this journal for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. This is day 16 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we added collisions with the ball and block, and we did this by giving a block a destroyed boolean flag where upon collision with the ball it becomes true. So, and then during the render method, when it's drawing in the instances of the game, we check to see if the block is destroyed. If it is, then it skips getting rendered in the next frame, so it looks like it's being destroyed. Then we also have to remove it from the array list that stores all of these blocks, because even though we prevented the draw method from drawing the block, the ball would still hit it as if it was there, so it was like a blank block. I don't fully get why, but yeah. And I'm gonna end here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 17 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So yesterday I finished the tutorial of trying to recreate the breakout game. More or less, it's not fully functional, but I feel like I still learned quite a bit from this tutorial. Well, now this tutorial is finished, I'm moving on to a different tutorial. And this tutorial that I'm following is going to be this one. So we're going to recreate a space shooter game. And I'm just starting it out, so I haven't really made too much progress. And yeah, so I'm going to end here, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 18 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we were able to set up our game screen for our new tutorial that I'm following, and I was introduced to some familiar classes like sprite batch, texture, and camera. And for our camera, we're using an orthographic camera, which is, from what I heard, is mainly used for like 2D games like this. And then I was introduced to a viewport class, which is what the player sees, and we're using a stretch viewport, so whenever we change the size of the screen, any textures that are within it are also adjusted to fit the size. And then we also made the background scrolling like this. And yeah, so that pretty much wraps up my day. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I changed the default width and height value, so now it loads like this from now on. And then we also upgraded the background by giving it different layers of background textures, like the different stars, like you see a little dot here and some sort of snowflake there, and then some other particles are in the background as well. Those are all different textures. And we did this so that we could give them different speeds to make it look like a better looking background. So how we did this is we made each texture have different speeds, and to do that we calculated a delta time and a max speed variable divided by a number. So for example, the background, which is like the purple color, we divided by 8, so relative to other textures, it's moving 1/8 slower than everybody else. Well, that's pretty much it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 20 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we didn't really do much programming today, but instead we were working on figuring out where to get our sprites. So he mentioned this site here, which is Kenny, which gives us free sprites to use. We're going to be using these sprites here, and then we're also going to use this other tool, which allows us to pack all of our textures into one. And the reason for this is because in LibGDX, I heard that it's very resource intensive to always load a new texture, but having them all in one and trying to access that single texture will make things more efficient. I didn't get to, I was able to kind of put them all into one texture, but so far that's where I stopped. And yeah, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 21 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was introduced to a class called Texture Atlas, which holds a reference to the packed textures that we made in the last video, which is this. And I was also introduced to another class called Texture Region, which we will use to store the portions of the textures from our atlas. And to do this, we use a method called find region, and then passing in the name of the texture that we want. So I did run into an issue where I misspelled the name of the texture. So I was supposed to be using this name so that I could return these boundaries of the textures and give us back the texture file within the atlas. And yeah, so that's pretty much it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 22 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we were able to render an enemy and a player ship, and we created a ship class that would help us instantiate different types of ships for our game. And their parameters that we passed to create a ship object is their movement speed, their shield value, the width and height, their center X and Y position, their textures, and the shield texture. So to get the textures, we would use the same method as before, where we used a texture atlas and used a method called find region, and then we would pass in the name of the sprite's image, or the sprite image, just before it was packed into a single texture atlas. And yeah, so that pretty much ends it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 23 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we started working on implementing lasers into our game, and we had to create our own laser class, which is right here, and store them into a linked list. The person mentioned that we could have just used an array list, but he believed that a linked list would be much more efficient. I don't quite understand how it is more efficient yet, and I still believe that maybe I would have just used an array list actually. Something I did notice, just a pattern that I've seen, is that each of the game objects have their own draw method like in the previous tutorial. Except this time around, instead of using a shape renderer, we're passing in a sprite batch, which, you know, I guess that kind of makes sense since we're dealing with sprites instead of just regular shapes. Anyways, that's it, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 24 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we had to convert our ship class to be an abstract class. And we did this because we can make subclasses like player ship and enemy ship, and we can kind of figure out what type of ship they are, and then we can make them behave differently because of it. And one thing I noticed is when I was trying to create or extend to the abstract class, I set these originally to private, but because I did that, I couldn't access them within here. So I had to remove the access modifiers to make them package private instead of just private variables. So that's something I didn't know, or at least maybe I forgot. But yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting. And yeah, so I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 25 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So when creating a way to fire lasers from our ship, we need to figure out where to render them relative to the ship. So in order to do that, we have to look at the sprite and then calculate the percentage width and height values of their location. In LibGDX, we always start at the corner here as our default position. So this is like 0, 0. And in order to, let's say, render the lasers at this position, we would need to measure it in terms of percentage. So this would be around 8% of the width and then 40% of the height. And yeah, after finishing the method to fire our lasers, we started to figure out how we're going to be drawing them during the rendering step. And yeah, that's where I stopped for today. And yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 26 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we worked on rendering the lasers for both the enemy and player ships. We did this by adding a flag to see if they can fire a laser or not, and if so, we put them in a linked list, where we use a list iterator class to iterate through the list and draw each laser, update the position using an equation, movement speed times delta time, and then remove them if they exit the screen. So the reason why I think we use a list iterator over a loop is because it's just a lot easier to do a list manipulation, just like removing lasers and such. And then something I noticed is that whenever we update anything in our game, we always want to use a delta time. And this is to ensure that the game runs consistently across different machines, regardless of their processing power. Well, that's pretty much it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 27 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we worked on hit detection, and we used the rectangle class to create the boundaries of each game object, such as the lasers and the ship. Then we created a method that we would use to detect these collisions. And what happens here is that we're using a built-in method within the rectangle class called overlaps, which compares the two rectangles and see if there's any intersection happening. And upon detection, we made sure that we lowered the shield value of both ships and also removed them from being rendered. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but in the beginning you can see there's a shield, but now there isn't. But once the shield value goes to 0, it stops rendering. Hello, this is day 28 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we didn't really progress too much in making the game, but rather we were spending our time cleaning up our code and simplifying our ship's location and size variables and just putting them all into one rectangle object. And this makes it easier to manage moving forward, because then we could just change, like whenever we want to change these variables, we can just refer to one as opposed to multiple. And yeah, so that's pretty much all today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 29 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we started to work on reading user input, and right now the person designed the game so that our player has limits to where it can move. So we have a right limit, a down limit, and a left limit, and an up limit. And all of these correspond to the ship's current X and Y position. You saw in this code where we defined these values here. I'm currently confused with why these values are negative versions, the negative versions of the x and y coordinates of the player ship. I'm thinking it would be better to just have it as 0 and 0. But yeah, so I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 30 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we were able to add user input, and I'm able to move my ship around like this. And we had to create a translate method within our ship class so that we could easily update the ship's position. So whenever a key is pressed, we calculate the movement of the speed times a delta time. And the person designed it so that we are allowed multiple inputs so that we can make the ship move diagonally as well, like this. And as for yesterday's confusion, I'm still a bit confused. So tomorrow I'm going to be spending the whole 15 minutes trying to understand kind of like what we've done so far. But yeah, that's pretty much it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 31 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time thinking why the values for the left and then the bottom limit are negative. And so in our translate method that we added to our ship class, which helps us move our ship wherever we want, I noticed that we're adding to the position, and that makes a lot more sense. So our left limit is negative because we want to subtract from the ship's current x position, and same goes for the down limit where we want to update the y position. So it's negative because it's relative to the ship itself, whereas before I thought it was relative to the game world, which starts over here. And that's going to end it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 32 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we started to add touch inputs to our game, and I was introduced to a class called Vector2, which stores in x and y coordinates. And the first thing we need to do was convert our touch points to world coordinates. I don't understand this part exactly, but basically we need to call in the onProject method from the viewport, which converts the screen coordinates, which is I guess the touch, these values here that we get, into world coordinates. I really don't understand the difference between them, which is why I'm going to spend time tomorrow thinking about it. And yeah, so I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 33 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time understanding the difference between the screen and world coordinates. From what I've looked at, screen coordinates refer to the screen itself, where the bottom left of the screen has x and y coordinates of 0, 0. And world coordinates refer to the virtual world within the program, where the bottom left of the screen isn't always 0, 0. So as the world moves around, such as like the background changing, the bottom left moves from 0, 0 to 0, 40. So I'm guessing the main reason why we want the world coordinates over, let's say, or why we want to use world coordinates over screen coordinates is because we want our ship to interact with the world itself, like the lasers in the game and the enemy ship. And that's pretty much it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 34 of trying to learn game development in Java, where we only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we continued adding touch inputs to our game. I don't quite understand the code that we've added yet during this session, but we needed to calculate the touch distance, which is the distance between the player ship's center position and the touch point. And we use the DST method from the vector class to figure this out. There's some more code to this. There's also scaling the movement speed to our destination so it doesn't go automatically like this. But I don't get how it works. and I'm going to be spending time tomorrow figuring it out. So yeah, all right, bye. Hello, this is day 35 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue spending time understanding the equation that we had to use to scale the movement speed so it looks more natural like this. And the equation we use is the touch difference divided by the touch distance times the movement speed and delta time. So the reason why we want to do this in the first place is so that our ship can naturally move to position as opposed to just instantly appearing into that location where we touched. I'm having a difficult time understanding the equation, and I asked ChatGPT to explain it to me, and it told me the reason why we do it is to normalize the direction components in the x and y direction to ensure that the ship moves consistently regardless of the distance. And I'm just going to accept that answer for now, and yes, I'll end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 36 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we started to work on adding enemy movement to the ship. This part was a bit confusing with the time I had for it. I just mainly followed what the person did in the video. I think this is pretty cool. It actually looks like it's mimicking some good movements, like from games I've seen like Space Invader. And so what I think the gist of it is that the movement of the ship changes its direction in intervals, and it attempts to change the direction after each new interval. And basically we're given a new point, and then kind of works similar to how we did our player ship, where we select the point and it goes to that point, and then it does that for the enemy ship as well. So tomorrow I'm going to be figuring out how that works, and yeah, so I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 37 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued spending time understanding the enemy movement code, and to do this we had a direction vector variable, which is a vector2 object that will help us give our enemy ship a direction to follow. And we also added 2 float values to help manage the time it takes for a ship to change direction. So to calculate a new direction for our enemy ship, we're going to be using radians. So imagine the center of this circle as the ship's center, and we're going to randomly pick an angle and then use sine and cosine to extract the x and y values. So let's say we get a value of 0.5, 0.5. This means that our ship should be going diagonally upwards to the top left. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 38 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we worked on implementing a way to spawn more enemies. And to spawn more enemies, we created a linked list that would store references to these new enemy ship objects. Then we used 2 float values to manage the time it takes to create new enemies on the screen. This is similar to how we calculated the time needed to change the direction of the enemy ship, like we did in the last video, or when we need to know when to fire another laser. Then after that, we had to update the rest of the code so that we could render and update multiple enemy ships on the screen. So from here, I've noticed that there's only 2 videos left on this tutorial, so I'm pretty excited to see the end result. Alright, that's it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 39 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we begin adding explosion animations using an asset from this site here. We also create an explosion class that deals with handling the animation of the explosion texture. I learned another way of breaking down a texture into multiple textures by using the split method that's from the texture region class, which takes in a uniform width and height values for each textures. So this means that each texture will need to be the same size. When creating a new animation, we will need to pass in the time for each frame to render before moving on to the next one. To do this, we need to know the total time it takes for the animation to finish, and then divide that number by the number of tiles we want. This means that each frame is given the same amount of time. This is where I stop for today, and next we'll continue with playing with the animation explosion once the enemy ship has been destroyed. So yeah, alright, bye. Hello, this is day 40 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we continued with implementing the explosion animation when an enemy ship gets destroyed. So how this works is that when an enemy takes damage, their shield value decreases, and when they don't have a shield anymore and they take one hit, they're gonna get destroyed, and the explosion animation will be played. And how this works is that when the enemy gets destroyed, we add in a new explosion object into a link list, where in those link lists we'll manage the rendering and updates of the explosions. I did run into a small issue where I incorrectly put the incorrect size of the texture, which returned us an incorrect value for the number of textures to iterate through. Well, that's pretty much it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 41 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spent 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we started to work on the HUD, or the heads-up display, and by default LibGDX uses bitmap fonts for their font styles. But the issue here is that if you want to change the size to, let's say, bigger, it doesn't look as good. So that's why we want to use free type font, which uses .ttf and .otf files, and they scale nicely to any size. So to do this, we have to mess with the Gradle file, and we have to import the dependencies that we want to use. I didn't know too much about Gradle, so this was pretty interesting because we can just add in libraries without importing the jar files and then manually adding them to our project structure. And that's pretty much it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 42 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spent 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we finally added a HUD to our game, and it shows the score, the shield, and the lives value. And today we had to calculate the spaces to dictate where the text should be rendered at. And it was a bit confusing as to how and why the person did it the way he did, which is why I'm going to be spending tomorrow trying to understand it and mess with the code a bit. The drawing of the HUD has to take place just before the batch draw ends, so that it draws over any textures like the ship. And to draw text onto the screen, we need to use the draw method from our font object and then pass in the sprite batch for rendering the text that we want to display, and I'm assuming the location. Well, that's pretty much it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 43 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spent 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, I spent time trying to understand how the code we use to place on the HUD onto our screen. So these are the values that we use to calculate where we want to place the HUD. So HUD direction X is used to find the X coordinate of where the text should be drawn. So for example here, HUD left X adds a little bit of margin here before writing the S in score. HUD row num Y represents the Y coordinate that we want to start at. An example here is HUD row 1Y, where we see that it starts just above here, and that's when we render the text from top to bottom. And then HUD section width is used to give each section like this a max width so that they don't overlap with each other. And if they do, we could just put them in a different line. Well, that's pretty much it, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 44 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I took the time to review what we've done so far, and that's because that was the last video for this tutorial. And overall, I'd say the tutorial was pretty good, and I think it's the best compared to the other tutorials that I've done so far, and the person explained it pretty well. So if you are interested in learning too, check out this playlist from YouTube by Brandon Grassley. And yeah, but I did wish he did have a video about sound and music. And yeah, so the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to get my hands dirty and try to replicate Flappy Bird again, but this time without following any tutorial and just using resources that I find online. So yeah, I'm getting it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 45 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I started the Flappy Bird project, and I created the project files using LibGDX setup. Then I defined the project scope, which includes the menu screen, where it has a title, scrolling background, start button, exit button, a game screen, which contains the Flappy Bird, pipes, a HUD, a scrolling background, and background music. And then also for the Flappy Bird and pipes objects, I do want an animation for the Flappy Bird, and then for pipes, just generate randomly on the size of the pipes. And then I started looking for assets that I could use for the game, and these are the ones I found so far from the opengameart.org. I'm still missing a few assets, but that's what I'm going to find out tomorrow. So I'm getting here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 46 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, I finished finding all of the textures and other assets that I want to include in the game. And I also packed the textures into a texture atlas. And the reason is because I remembered in the last tutorial, creating texture objects is very resource intensive. But with a texture atlas, we're basically loading one texture and just picking out regions within it. Then I just started messing with the configurations of the project by setting the size to be to fit a 9:16 ratio, and this is what we get. And then one thing I noticed is that I need to change the application adapter to the game class. And the main reason is that the game class is able to handle multiple screens, like a start screen, game screen, and maybe even a game over screen in the future. That's pretty much it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 47 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. Today I updated the project scope to include a game over screen, and because of this I had to create a restart button texture and had to repack my textures again. This is going to be the last time I change the project scope, so yeah. So I also made the size of the screen smaller because I realized it looked really big in the last video and I wanted to show the game more properly. Coding wise, I created a start screen class that would render the start screen of the game. I was a bit confused whether I should have cameras instantiated in each screen, but I researched that and I found out that it wasn't a good idea. So instead, I put it in my game launcher class and just passed the camera object as a reference. Well, that's pretty much it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 48 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So I realized that since I have multiple screens in my Flappy Bird game, like the start, game, and game over screen, I need a way to manage them. So I asked ChatGPT how to do this, and it told me to create a screen manager class. Within this class, we will need a reference to our game, and then create a set screen method where it takes in a screen parameter object. Then we dispose the current screen's resources and then update to the new screen. Right now I'm trying to find small efficient ways to code the game, like I'm creating an abstract screen class that contains all of the basic variables that we will need in all of our screens, like the camera, the viewport, and the screen manager. Well, that's it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 49 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to think about how I want to code the game. I also noticed that we will need to be able to pass reference of the texture atlas throughout our game. So I needed to add this to my abstract class that my other screen classes will extend to. The reason for this is so that I don't have duplicated code when I create the other screens. I'm currently running into an issue where I'm getting a resize error, but I'm thinking it's because I haven't set up the viewport for my game yet. The next design issue that I want to think about is whether I should make each screen have their own viewport or make them just share one. Well, that pretty much ends the day for me, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 50 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, I was able to fix the error I was having yesterday, and it wasn't because of the viewport, but rather it was because I wasn't using the method from my screen manager class, and the screen property within it wasn't being instantiated, and that's why I was getting a null pointer exception. I also added a sprite batch to my screen classes so that we could render textures to our game. For example, for start screen, I used the find region method from the texture atlas class to locate the background texture that we found in the last previous videos, and I was able to render the background to our screen. Well, that pretty much ends it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 51 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I'll focusing on fixing an issue I had when resizing the screen of our game. And as you can see, there's these black bars that appear when we try to resize our game. And I'm not particularly sure why. I did notice in the space shooter game that we worked on last time that after resizing, or at least after calling the resize method, we're also setting the projection matrix, and it didn't work in this situation. So I'm gonna spend time understanding it, because maybe I'm thinking that I'm not using it correctly in my project. Well, that pretty much ends it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today's day 52 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to fix the black bars issues that I was having when resizing the screen, and it seems like the solution is to set a world width and height value, and then we pass it into our parameters in our stretch viewport object. And then in our start screen, when we're rendering the background, we also need to use those world width and height values. And I'm not sure why this is. I'm guessing we want things to be in kind of like world values, I guess, as opposed to screen values, which is maybe what was happening yesterday. So I'm gonna spend time understanding why it worked, and yes, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Day 53 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time trying to understand why setting the world width and height values fixed the black bar issue when we're trying to resize our game. And I was messing around with the world width and height values, but it doesn't seem to change much. But I believe it is important to have these still, because when we're going to render our other textures, we need to render them relative to the world units. So yeah, I still don't fully get it, but I think it has something to do with the texture following the same units as the viewport, which also uses world units. Before I had the viewport use screen units, which was causing those black bars that I was having. But once I switched to world units, it fixed the solution. Alright, that's pretty much it, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 54 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I focus on trying to create a scrolling background for the game. And the code is quite similar to the space shooter game from last time, but since we only have one background as opposed to having like different layers, we only have one offset value. So how it works is that I draw two backgrounds back to back, and then I have an offset value that gets updated by an equation of delta time multiplied by a scrolling speed, which is relative to the world width value. So during the rendering step, we call in this method, where if the offset value is greater than the width, we reset it back to 0. So if the offset values become greater than the world width, we just reset it to 0, which basically resets the positions of the texture to produce this infinite cycle. Well, that pretty much ends it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 55 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I did a little bit of cleaning of the code and added the scrolling background stuff into our abstract class that all the other screens will extend to. And the next thing I wanted to focus on was to start adding a title to the game, and also the start and exit button. I wanted to use a custom font I downloaded, so I needed to add some dependencies to the Gradle file. And some of these dependencies include like this API of the free type font which we will need to generate the font that we want. In this case, a font that I downloaded from thefont.com, which is like a Flappy Bird style. Currently the title looks like this. It's a bit off, but yeah, so I'm getting it here and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 56 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on the title, making it look better and positioning it better on the screen. The next thing I worked on was trying to draw the button textures, first with the start button, and I'm drawing it using world units. It looks a little off right now, but I'm going to continue working on that tomorrow. And yeah, so I'm going to end it here and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 57 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I fixed the positioning of my start button and I also added an exit button. And the next thing I wanted to work on was to add functionality to these buttons. I wasn't really sure how to do this because I haven't done a tutorial that taught us how. So I asked ChatGPT to give me some ideas, and essentially it told me to create a hitbox for each button. And then when we're reading inputs from the touch inputs, we have to unproject those values so that we can convert the screen units to world units and see if those X and Y values are within the X and Y coordinates of these buttons. If so, it means that they have clicked on it, and then we could perform the necessary actions for either button. Well, that pretty much ends my day, so I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 58 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on adding functionality to the buttons, and to do this I had to do something similar to a tutorial I followed back then, where I need to see if the touch input values were within the area of the buttons. So the steps are to retrieve the X and Y coordinates and then store them into a vector3 object, and then we unproject those values so that we could convert the screen to world coordinates. And then after that we just check to see if those the coordinates are within the area of our start and exit button. If so, then we just execute the functionality. So for example, start would start a new screen, but I haven't made that screen yet, so instead it just loads up the same screen, which is why it looks like it's resetting, and then the exit just exits from the game. Well, that pretty much ends it, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 59 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I started to code the game screen class, but first I need to make sure that I dispose the resources from the start screen to improve the overall performance. And I did run into an issue where if I dispose my textures and then set a new screen, the screen is just empty like this, and I'm not really sure why, which is why I'm gonna spend tomorrow trying to figure it out. I also created classes that would represent the game entities of our game, like the bird and the pipe. Just to start, there's really nothing much here, but the bird will have things like position and texture. And yeah, so that's pretty much it for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 60 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on trying to understand why my screen was going black when I disposed my textures and then tried to set a new screen. I'm still not exactly sure why, but I think it's because the way I was disposing them is that I was disposing the whole texture atlas itself and then passing that reference through all of my screens. So if my new screen was trying to render textures from there, it wouldn't be possible because I would have disposed them from the previous screen. So for the time being, I'm just not gonna dispose the textures, and essentially we're just using one texture anyways, so it shouldn't be that bad. And the next thing I wanted to work on was to see if I could start rendering pipes to my game, and I'm just like thinking about the properties of the pipe class and stuff. So I'm gonna end it here and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 61 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time trying to figure out how to render my pipes onto my game, and my idea is to store them in an array with a static size. And the reason why is that I'm going to be reusing the same textures and just update the position and size as opposed to rendering and de-rendering pipes continuously. I'm still working out the logic of how I'm going to make sure that the distance between each pipe is consistent, and also figure out how the gap works between the top and bottom pipe, where it's wide enough so that the bird can get through. Well, that pretty much ends it for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. So this is day 62 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time seeing how I can add pipes to my game. I looked at the code for the first tutorial and I followed, and I noticed that he had a value that would define the spacing, which is the difference between one pipe to another pipe in the x-axis, and then a gap value, which is the value between the pipes in the y-axis. These values are going to be necessary to make sure that the pipes are consistent, so I need to understand them a little bit more. At the moment, I'm having trouble implementing this in code, and the texture I'm using for the pipe doesn't really look that good, so I might just end up using the one that was in my first tutorial instead. So I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 63 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to figure out how to properly render my pipes, but I learned that design is definitely important, and at the moment I designed my game to treat each pipe individually, but now I'm thinking it might have been better to treat them as pairs, as a top and bottom pipe, as opposed to individual. So yeah, tomorrow that's what I'm gonna work on, and that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 64 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on the new game design that I mentioned yesterday, where instead of treating each pipe individually, I'm going to treat them as pairs. So one thing I am noticing is that the bottom pipe has to adjust accordingly to the top pipe, or vice versa. And I wasn't able to finish implementing the new design yet, so that's what I'm going to be focusing on tomorrow. So I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 65 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to work on adding pipes to my game, and I realized that the sprites for the pipes were not looking so good, so I had to switch it out with another one. The next thing I started to work on was rendering them onto the screen, so I can start debugging the code. The pipes aren't perfect themselves, but I think this should be good enough for me to generate more and then start working on the pipes moving in the next one. Well, that pretty much ends it for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 66 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on adding movements to the pipes, and I did it with this method here, the update pipes method. And what I first did was to calculate a movement speed relative to delta time and store that value into an exchange variable. And then I needed to update the x position of both the top and bottom pipes by subtracting the value that we calculated earlier to the current x position so that it moves to the left. And then after that I just updated the hitbox's position for both of the pipes, just in case in the future when I want to detect hit detections. And this is the result. And yeah, so I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 67 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to add more moving pipes to the game, and I did adjust the spacing value for each of the pipes to make it look a lot cleaner. And I do see a potential of decreasing this value or adjusting it to make it a little bit more difficult for the user. And the next thing, as you can see, I was trying to figure out how I could reuse the pipes once they disappear away from the screen, and I'm running into this issue right now. The easiest solution I could think of, if the current plan doesn't work for me, is to create an array list and then just add pipes and remove them as they go away from the screen. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 68 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to figure out how to reuse my pipes so that if they go off screen, they reappear towards the end. And I did this with an array, so I had to make sure that the pipes are repositioning before certain pipes. For example, let's say pipe number 1 always has to be repositioned behind pipe number 3, and pipe number 2 has to always be repositioned behind pipe number 1. I feel like dynamically placing them might be a lot better, but well, I already chose this design, I guess. The next thing I worked on was trying to render the bird texture onto the game, as you can see here. And now I want to focus on adding animation to the bird. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 69 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to add animation to my bird, and I did it using the animation class, where I need to store in the time duration of the animation and the sprites that I wanted to use. The bird only has 2 sprites, so since I was using texture regions to store the textures, I need to pass in a texture region array. Then I used that when constructing the animation object. I also had to make sure that it loops, so I had to call on the set play mode method, and pass in the loop value. And the next thing I want to work on is to add gravity to the bird so that it starts falling down. Well, that pretty much ends it, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 70 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time adding gravity to the bird so that it falls down like this, and then I added some input, so if the user touches the screen, the bird will jump like this. So the way it works is that during the update step of our game, it will update the bird's Y position by adding a negative value, which represents the gravity. And then we also have to make sure that we scale this value relative to time before updating our bird's Y position. And I think the reason why we might need to do this is that because if we have, let's say if we have a powerful computer, and it will execute the code really fast, making the bird move really fast as well. And the next thing I want to do is understand a little bit more about how the scaling works, and then fix a few bugs like the bird falling through the screen like that. Well, that pretty much ends it, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 71 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time trying to understand why we need to scale the velocity to time, and then why we need to descale it back. And the reason why is because in our current design, it makes it so that we're constantly scaling to delta time. So by descaling it after adding to our bird's position, it allows the next frame to properly scale to delta time instead of overdoing it. Next, I started to work on the hit detection, so that when the bird collides with the pipe, you can see here it says bird hit at a pipe at the bottom. And yeah, this was pretty easy to do because of the built-in overlaps method in the rectangle class. And I am aware that rectangle isn't an accurate hitbox, but it does the job. Well, that pretty much ends it for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 72 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time coding what happens when the bird hits a pipe. And the way I want it to happen is that when a bird hits a pipe, a white screen flashes temporarily, and then the bird drops down. Then after that, the game over screen is played. I'm still unsure how to do everything, but I do have some ideas that I'd like to try out tomorrow. This is what I have so far. So when a bird hits a pipe, I just disabled input so the user can't make the bird fly anymore. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 73 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued with implementing the death animation, and what I want to happen is that when a bird collides with a pipe, I want the screen to flash and then show the bird dropping down. Then I want the game over screen to play. Right now I am having a difficult time implementing this, as I haven't seen this being implemented in the tutorials that I've been following. So I'm just Googling and using ChatGPT to generate some ideas. One of the ideas was to use the shape renderer class and render a white rectangle where it appears for a bit and then stop. But as you can see here, there are some issues with it and I need to figure it out. Well, that pretty much ends my day, so I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 74 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue to spend more time implementing the death animation. I wasn't able to figure it out yet, so tomorrow I'm going to be spending time working on this, and so I'm probably going to just give myself 2 more days, and if I still can't figure it out, then I'll probably have to implement this later and just focus on other features like the score system. And that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 75 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent more time on figuring out how to implement the death animation, and the part I spent focusing on was trying to get the flash to work when a bird hits a pipe. I was attempting to brute force the solution, as you can see here. So the code isn't really clean, but my idea was to use a while loop that will check to see if a timer for the flash has reached its maximum time, and if so, then I want the flash to stop. The issue with this is the way I currently have my game coded, where it tries to call on this method that renders the flash during each frame. This is what I have so far, and it doesn't look good, so that's what I'm going to focus on tomorrow as well. And yeah, so I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 76 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, I was able to implement the death animation, and it looks like this. And I think it looks pretty good. And good thing too, because today would have been my last day to work on it. And so the next thing I wanted to work on was to implement a scoring system. And I have an idea on how to tell if the bird passed through a pipe, and that's by comparing their x values, or their position values. And if the bird's x position is greater than the pipe's x position, then it means that the bird passed through the pipe, and we can increment the score value. And that pretty much ends it for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 77 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I started to work on the HUD for the game, but one thing I did notice is that the font I'm currently using does not support numbers, so I had to switch it to a different font, and the font I switched to looks like this. So the HUD looks like this right now for the score value, and yeah, that pretty much is what I worked on for today. And the next thing to do is to make this functional and start incrementing a score value which gets updated for each pipe that the bird passes through. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 78 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to make the score functional, and I had to use parallel arrays to do them. So this is how it looks like right now. Every time I pass through the pipe, the score value should be increasing like this. And how it works is that I check to see if the bird's x position is greater than the pipe's x position, plus the pipe width. If so, that means the bird passed through the pipe successfully. And I had to use another array to check to see if that pipe has been passed at least once, to prevent erratic increments to the score, as the logic of comparing the x positions will always lead to true once they passed each other. And next I want to load the restart and menu button once the game is over. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 79 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on the game over screen, and I also fixed the bug where if the bird went below the camera view, it wouldn't display the game over screen. So to fix this, I would also need to check to see if the bird's Y position and plus the height is below 0. And if so, then we want to set the screen to the game over screen. Then I started to work on the game over screen class, and I started to render the HUD, which contains the game over label, the score display, which I haven't done yet, and the restart button, which I also haven't done yet. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna focus on tomorrow. And yeah, we're getting really close on finishing this project, so I'm pretty excited. And yes, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 80 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to finish the game over screen. It shows the final score and the restart button. And then the restart button also has functionality, so when you press it, the game restarts like this. And I'm just gonna play a little bit just to show you guys. So yeah, it shows you the final score of 1. And yeah, and also I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I also added in some music. It might be too quiet, but I don't want it to go over my voice. And yeah, so the next and final thing to do is to add sound to the bird flapping, and then the coin sound whenever we pass through a pipe like this, or like this, or like this. Yeah, well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 81 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to finalize the game by adding in all of the sound effects. So first we have the bird flapping, and then when you pass through a pipe like that, you can hear like a coin sound, and then when you hit a pipe like that, you can hear like a crashing sound. So overall, I really enjoyed this experience, and it's really cool to say like I mostly made all of this, and it also helped reinforce what I did in the previous tutorials. I did have to brute force certain solutions, and they weren't clean, but I feel like that's something I just gotta work on in the future. So now my next step is to do this other tutorial, and it's to recreate the Mario Brothers game in LibGDX, or at least the first level. And yes, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 82 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I started the new tutorial where we are going to make the Mario Brothers game from the NES. So far, we were able to set up the project using LibGDX's setup, and then I also downloaded the assets that we were going to use for this project. At the moment, the tutorial is educating me about the different viewports, which is a nice review as I'm kinda familiar with them now. And yeah, so I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 83 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued with the Mario Brothers tutorial, and we were able to set up the game camera, which uses an orthographic camera, which is pretty good for 2D games. Then we chose the type of viewport we wanted for the game, and it was the fit viewport. What this viewport does is it maintains the aspect ratio of the game at all times and adds black bars when it doesn't fit perfectly. So there are things that I'm noticing that I would do differently than what the person is doing, and I think that's kind of interesting because a few months ago I wouldn't have an idea on what to do. And right now the next thing we are working on is trying to render the HUD for the game. Well, that pretty much ends it, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 84 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I learned about the stage object, which is used to contain components and display them to the user. Then we created a table object, which is used to organize them within the stage. This is similar to adding layouts and containers from the swing library. So in the table, we will store in these label objects, which is part of Scene 2D, to display the HUD of our game. And there's this method called expandX, that we can use after adding in an item to the table, which will make the item take the remaining space of that row. So it looks like this. So we did it for all 3 items, and it looks like they're able to create equal spacing between the labels. Well, that pretty much ends it for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 85 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we went over this new tool here where we can generate tiled maps for the game. And the person showed us how to import sprites into the software so that we can start editing our level. He also gave us the file for the first level of Mario, so I didn't have to spend the time doing that. Also, we had to define the game objects in separate layers, and the reason for this is so that we could programmatically manipulate them in our game. And to gain access to the map in code, we were introduced to 3 new classes: TMX Map Loader, Tiled Map, and Orthogonal Tiled Map Renderer. Well, that pretty much ends it for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 86 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, we were able to render the map onto our screen. And we also made it so that when we touch the screen like this, we will scroll through the map. This is just mainly for debugging purposes, so yeah. Also, I learned the difference between using the update method and the render method. So in the update method, we usually put code here when we want to update the states of our game objects, while render uses or focuses more on rendering the game objects with the updated states. And one thing I noticed is that we have to update our game camera and then set the view to it within our map renderer object. I think what is happening is that it takes our camera's position and then renders only what the camera is able to see. Well, that pretty much ends it for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 7 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we're introduced to Box 2D and some of the classes such as World and Box 2D Debug Renderer. Then we were introduced to some classes like Body Def, Polygon Shape, Fixture Def, and Body. And I'm assuming we use these for defining the game objects that we created with the tiled map software. And as you can see from the game, you can see like the hitboxes, which is like this green rectangle surrounding the game object. And right now everything feels a bit confusing, as I can't really understand what's happening and what the person was doing in the code. So I'm gonna wait out for a bit until we finish this part of the game and then try to understand the bigger picture. Well, that pretty much ends it, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 88 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we created the player class that will represent Mario once we are done with it. In this class, we will give it a world object to live in and also define the body of our player. And you can kind of see the player over here. It's very hard to see it, but it's like right over here. And to define the body, we give it a body def and a fixture depth object. The body def is used to define its position and body type, such as dynamic, static, or kinematic. And for fixture, I think that relates to the hitbox. Not really too sure about it. And since we're using Box 2D, which is a physics engine, we use the step method from the world object to perform all of the calculations within it. I'm a bit confused about how all of this works so far, but yeah. And that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 89 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I learned that when calling the step method of the world object, which performs the necessary physics calculations, we pass in the time step of 1/60 float. And I think the main reason for this is because we want to update the world only 60 times per second, which is consistent with our game's frame rate cap of 60 FPS. And the next thing we did, we had to was to make sure all the values were scaled properly. And in the video, the person created a ppm variable, which stands for pixels per meter. I don't fully get how this works, but I think it has something. I think having everything scaled relative to a value keeps the world consistent. Well, that pretty much ends it, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 90 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we added a user input for the player. So now whenever the player presses up, left, right, an impulse is added to the player object to simulate movement. And this is different from how I would have thought to add movement, which is to, add vector 2 to the player's vector 2 values. but Box 2D really makes it much more intuitive by letting you apply an impulse or a force to any object. Something else I noticed is that collisions are automatic in Box 2D, which makes sense since Box 2D is always calculating the world computations in the step method. And then also we updated the camera so that it starts following wherever the player is at. Well, that pretty much ends it for today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 91 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we started working on adding textures to our game. We used the texture packer to pack all of our textures. So that way we can use texture atlas and texture region to retrieve the textures like Little Mario. And something new I learned is the sprite class that our Mario class extends to. It seems to make rendering textures much easier with built-in methods like set regions, set bounds, and even it has its own draw method that we don't really need to override. Also in Box 2D, I think the position of textures start at the center as opposed to the bottom left. Then after that, the texture, we just need to update the texture to the position of the player's B2 body or Box 2D body, and yeah, it's starting to look and feel a little bit more natural. Well, that pretty much ends it, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 92 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we added in animations to Mario, and I also added a very simple state manager. And depending on the state of Mario that it's currently in, it will play out the corresponding animation. So we have jumping, running, and then standing, and then we also have falling. But I'll show you that later if I remember. And to dictate the state of Mario, we look to see its body properties, which is calculated in Box 2D. What I mean by this, for example, is if we move our body in our world will be updating the velocity of that body. And with this, we can tell whether the user is running, jumping, falling, or standing. I don't fully get what's happening, but I think it's pretty interesting as I've never really dealt with, or not too often, with states, and this is falling. Well, that pretty much ends it, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 93 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we worked on identifying the collisions between objects in our Box 2D world. To do this, we need to create a class that implements the contact listener, which is what Box 2D uses to listen to collisions that occur in the world. When we extend to the contact listener class, we will need to override 4 methods, but the important one is called begin contact. This is where we handle the logic for when 2 fixtures collide with each other. At the moment, we are only able to tell if Mario hits a regular brick, as you can see in the terminal, and then a coin brick. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. So this is day 94 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we worked on removing bricks after they collide with Mario. We were introduced to category bits, and I'm assuming the way these work is that we use them to categorize the type of objects they are. Then we use mask bits to make sure that the game objects can only interact with specific game objects. So like Mario can only interact with these type of bricks. And it kind of makes sense why, because Box 2D is the one that manages the collisions, and it needs to know which objects are collidable with another one or not. I'm a bit confused on the code on how to destroy a block and how it works, which is why I'm going to spend time tomorrow trying to figure it out. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 95 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time reviewing the code that we've done so far, and I tried to understand the main logic. And one thing that I noticed is that the category bits are mainly used to dictate which objects are collidable within our Box 2D world. And this makes sense because in our game, I made it so that Mario can collide with a brick. But once the brick collides with Mario, we changed the bit to a destroyed bit, which meant that Mario could no longer collide with it like that. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 96 of trying to learn game development in Java, and today we were able to implement a functional timer and a score counter. So as you can see, the timer is going down here, and then when we hit like a coin or a brick, our score value increases as well. So for the timer, we had to create an update method in our HUD class where we pass in a float delta time. We then decrement the world timer value by 1 whenever the sum of the delta time would be greater than 1 to represent that 1 second has passed. Then for the score, we created a method where it would add to the current score and then update the score label. The interactive tile objects like the brick and the coin brick would need to place the score value in their on-head hit method, which is when Mario collides with them, which gets called when Mario collides with them. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 97 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, we added music and sound effects to our game. You can kind of hear Mario's theme playing in the background, and for sound effects, we have the coin brick getting hit, and then we try to hit it again. You hear this little bumping sound, and then you also have the sound effect when you hit a brick. So yeah, so to do all of this, we created a object which uses the asset manager class, which is used to, store the assets that we want to use, like the music and the sound effects. And first we have to make sure that we load all of our assets once we created the object, and then the person did mention that it's best to pass this object to the classes that need them as opposed to making it a global variable, which is what we did, but I'll consider that in the future. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, this is day 98 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we refactored some of the code and created an enemy class and also a Goomba class, which extends to the enemy class. At the moment, we just made it so that it spawns the Goomba like this, and by manually passing in an X and Y coordinate. But in the future, we will be making it so that we generate enemies based on our tiled map, which is how this map is being generated. Something I did notice is that since our Goomba is configured to have a dynamic body, we can move the Goomba like this. So it's being affected by its surroundings. I thought that was pretty interesting. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 99 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we worked on creating the functionality for when the Goomba gets stomped on by Mario. I wasn't able to complete this part of the tutorial today, but I will tomorrow. But for today, we were able to add in a head hitbox onto the Goomba, which we can then reference to when Mario collides with it. Also, to detect this collision, we used an OR operator to perform binary addition of the two fixtures that collided. Then we can utilize this and tell what type of collisions occur. The logic is still a bit iffy, but hopefully tomorrow when I complete this part, it starts to make sense. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 100 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we're able to create the event of Mario stomping on Goomba, and this is how it looks like. And yeah, I think it looks pretty nice. So now I'd like to reflect on these past 100 days, as I can't believe it's already been 100 days since I started this challenge. I was a bit worried that I wouldn't be able to keep up with it, but I'm glad I made this much progress. Compared to how I was 100 days ago, I'd say I feel much more confident in building simple games in Java than I was before. And I'm glad to share this experience with you guys, and I'll keep on going until we hit 365. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 101 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we added velocity to the Goombas and also made it so that if they collide with an object like a pipe or with another enemy, they reverse their direction. Next we went into the tiled software, which is how we use to generate the map of the Mario map, and we created an object layer for Goombas, and in this layer we could place Goombas wherever we want them to. And then we worked on the code to instantiate the Goomba objects where we place down the locations where we want the Goombas to spawn. And yeah, pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 102 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I learned about the setActive method, which is used to control whether or not a body in our Box2D world is active or asleep. And when a body is sleeping, this means that Box2D frees up resources by not calculating the physics around that body. On the other hand, when a body is active, the Box2D will be constantly calculating its physics. And so the reason I bring this up is because a certain Goomba falls off before we see them, and we use this and some checks to make sure that they become active only when they're about to appear on screen. So let me show you. So there's a Goomba here that will fall off by the time we reach it, but with our checks we can make sure that it's set to active only when it appears to the end of the screen. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 103 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we worked on adding items into the game, and we first created an abstract item class, which is to be inherited by item subclasses like the mushroom class, which represents the mushroom power-up. And the way we handle it is by spawning items in a queue, where the most recent item that gets spawned will be rendered first and updated first. Then, to give an example of how this works, we made it so that the mushroom pops up on top of the coin brick once it gets hit. So let me show you. So if it gets hit, the mushroom will appear on top like that. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 104 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we made our items have a velocity, and also made it so if they make contact with an object or an enemy, their directions are reversed. And then we also tested out adding a use functionality when an item collides with Mario. At the moment, all it does is destroy the item, but in the future we'll make it so that it also changes Mario's size. Alright, so let's see how it works. So as you can see, the mushroom's moving in one direction, but once it hits a pipe it goes to another, and then when they collide, the item disappears, which creates the illusion that it's been used. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 105 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we made it so that only certain blocks will contain items in them, and to do this we need to go to the tiled map software and select the block that we want to spawn. In this case, this block right here. And then we just need to add a custom property named mushroom. And then in the code, all we need to do is get all the properties of the brick and then check to see if this mushroom property exists. If so, then we spawn a mushroom object. Also, we did add a sound effect, so when the mushroom appears you can hear like a little power up sound. So let's go ahead and see for ourselves. So the mushroom should be here, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, I don't know if you could hear it, but yeah, there's a little bit of sound effect playing. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 106 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we worked on adding the growing animation onto Mario. This meant we need to import all the textures and animations for Big Mario. And we also create a new state called growing, which happens when the grow method gets called. This method, the grow method, will be called in the use method that's within the mushroom class. And once Mario and the mushroom collide, a powers up sound can be heard, and then the growth animation is played. And let's see how this looks. So we'll first get the mushroom, and then once Mario collides, you can see that Mario got bigger, and all of his animations and textures are also here too. It's a little bit buggy, but I figure in the next video he'll go over it. So yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 107 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we fixed some bugs like Big Mario not standing, but I'll show you guys that later. Another thing we did was that we made it so that little Mario can't hit or can't destroy bricks, as you can see, but when he gets bigger, he can start destroying bricks. And also the bug I was talking about was because Big Mario was kind of like standing right here, whereas now he stands on top of the ground. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 108 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So this is what we did today. So today we made it so that when Mario gets or collides with a Goomba, he will go back to being small again. And then we also added some sound effects to make it more engaging, like when Mario stomps on an enemy, or when it collides with a Goomba and you can hear the game over sound. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 109 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we added a death event so that when little Mario collides with an enemy, a death animation would be played like that. And to go in more detail, we added a dead state where Mario updates to the state only when he is in little Mario and collides with an enemy. Then we filter Mario's body so that it doesn't collide with anything else, so that's why he falls through the map. And we also updated Mario's texture to play the death texture, and then finally apply an upwards force, which gives him that little jump when he dies. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 110 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we implemented a game over screen. So this is how it looks like. So the death animation plays out and it waits for about 3 seconds, and then our game over screen is played. This is similar to how we created the HUD, which we basically added scene to the elements like a table and the labels. Then we read for the click input to set the screen back to the play screen, which is where the main gameplay happens. And to start the game over screen, in the play screen, we check to see if Mario has died and also 3 seconds has passed, just to let the death animation play out. So if we click on this, it takes us back to the play screen. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 111 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we added the turtle enemy to our game, and we had to create a turtle class and gave it a state manager because it has 2 states, walking or its shell state. By default, the turtle will be in its walking state, as you can see here. But if I jump on its head, it switches to its shell state. So now it's in its shell texture. But if you wait for a bit, it goes back to its walking state again. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. 112 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we implemented a feature where if the turtle is in its shell state and we hit it on one of the sides, it will kick the turtle in the opposite direction. So this is how it looks like right now. So once it's in a shell state, if I hit it to the side just a bit, let's see if I can get that, it'll just start moving to the opposite direction. And the way it works is that Mario jumps on the turtle. We compared the X coordinates of Mario and the shell. And depending if Mario's X position is greater than or less than the turtle shell's X position, it will go to the opposite direction. And we can also stop the shell if we stomp on it again. Let me see if I can time it like that. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 113 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we worked on making it so that if we kick the turtle while it's in its shell state and it collides with another enemy, that enemy will get destroyed. And let's take a look at this. So yeah, the Goomba got destroyed when it collides with the turtle. And how we did this is in our world listener, which listens to the collisions in our Box 2D world. It will call a method from both enemies called onEnemyHit. And in this method, we pass in the corresponding enemy object. And in that method, we will check to see what type of object the enemies is, because different enemies react differently to certain enemies. And for this example, the Goomba class collides with a turtle while it's in its moving shell state. It's set to be destroyed. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 114 of trying to learn game development in Java, or only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, I finally finished the Mario tutorial that I've been following on YouTube, and the last thing we had to do was implement this fireball feature. So when I press the spacebar button, Mario will start shooting the fireballs like that. And what's pretty cool is if I hold it down, it looks like that, so I thought that was kind of funny. Overall, I think this tutorial was really helpful, and it introduced me to Box 2D, which I might continue to work on because I believe the game that I want to make will utilize this technology. I'm not sure what to do next, and I'm also thinking about whether or not to do another tutorial or try to make another simple Box 2D game. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 115 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I started a new project, and I decided to not follow a tutorial this time, but to recreate the Pong game using Box 2D. And if you don't know what Pong is, it basically looks like this. And also, so today I was able to write down the scope of our project. And so once I finish implementing all of these features, that means that the project is finished. And yeah. And I also today I grabbed some assets that I like to use for the game, which will be like the sound effects and the background music, because I feel like I can just draw the rectangle and the circle through LibGDX, so I don't really need to make the assets for them. And yeah, so I think this will be pretty interesting, and I can't wait to get started tomorrow. See ya. Hello, this is day 116 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to set up my project by finding the font that I want to use for the game, and then also setting up the Gradle file to use an API, which is necessary to use these types of fonts for our game. And as a reminder to myself, the reason why we extend to the game class as opposed to the application adapter class, which is usually by default, is because we're going to be using screens, and it's only possible with the game class only. So since we're going to have a title screen, play screen, and winner screen, we're going to be using the game class. And also I'm going to be using the same screen manager class that I made when I did Flappy Bird. And yeah, so that pretty much wraps up my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 117 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue to attempt to create the Pong game in LibGDX, and my main focus right now is to get the title screen to look properly. And what I'm thinking is, I was thinking of having the Pong title like be here, and then below it are the options like player versus player, player versus computer, and exit. Right now there isn't much of an update to the game itself, but I just created the title screen class, and I also loaded in all of the assets to be used in the game. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what we did during the Mario tutorial in terms of building the HUD. So yes, I'm gonna take more time tomorrow to figure it out. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 118 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time trying to display text onto our title screen, and this is how it looks like right now. It isn't exactly how I want it yet. I wanted the Pong title to be bigger compared to the other text, and I'm gonna try to figure that out tomorrow. So this is just a little quick update, and I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 119 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on getting the font sizes to match what I had pictured in my head, and it looks way better now. And next I tried to figure out how I can add listeners to these options here so that when they get clicked by the user, a certain functionality occurs. And one way of doing this is to use the input listener class, which we can use to listen to when the user clicks on one of these options. So far, what I was able to do is when they get clicked, they just output the string or the text of their option. So if I click on player versus player, kind of hard to see, but you can see player versus player. And then if I click on computer, it says player versus computer, and then exit. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello everyone. First, I'd like to say happy holidays for those that celebrate it, and that today is day 120 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I added functionality to the options here. I also added or had to create a play screen class, which will be where most of the gameplay will be coded in for testing. So when a player clicks on or user clicks on this option, it takes us to the play screen, and I also made it so that it knows which option you chose. So in this case, we chose player versus player, so it says you chose to battle another player. And then if we try to run it again and try to choose another option, we can choose this. And then lastly, we could show you the exit functionality. So when the user clicks on the exit button or option, it just ends the process. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Happy holidays everyone. Today is day 121 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, as you can hear in the background, I added background music to the game, which finalizes the title screen. So now I'm going to start working on the play screen, or at least start thinking about how I want to go about it. And what I'm thinking right now is to create classes for each game object that we're going to have for the game, like the paddle class, a ball class, and a HUD class, which we'll use to display the score for each player. And yeah, so that's pretty much it, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your holiday. Hello, this is day 122 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on trying to figure out how to add the paddle to the game. I created the paddle class that we will use to instantiate the paddle objects into the game, and I gave it a few properties. So I plan on using shape renderer to render the rectangle that will represent our paddles in the game. And so next I'm working on giving the paddle a box2D body, which our box2D world will use. And for the body type, I gave it a kinematic body as opposed to a dynamic body, because the paddle won't be affected by gravity, but it will still be able to move due to user input. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 123 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued working on how to display the paddle to the game. So when a player chooses one of these options, it takes us to the play screen. And as you can see here, I was able to draw a rectangle for the paddle using the shape renderer class. But I'm currently running into an issue where the box2D world isn't rendering the paddle's box2D body, which I'm gonna have to figure out tomorrow. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 124 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on fixing the bug where the box2D body wasn't showing up, and now it does, as you can see with this blue rectangle right here. And I solved this by using the set to ortho method from our orthographic camera class. So what this does is it updates our camera to our new viewport that we created when we switched to this play screen. But now the issue here is that the box2D body seems to be way bigger than I expected, because I expected it to look more like this. So yeah, I'm gonna see if I can figure that out tomorrow, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 125 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue to work on the problem of the box2D body of our paddle being way too big and not being in the same location as where we drew the shape. And I learned this happens because LibGDX and Box2D uses different measurements. LibGDX uses pixels for its coordinates, while Box2D uses meters. So we need to find a way to convert Box2D to LibGDX measurements. And that's where a variable called ppm comes in, and it stands for pixels per meter. And we're basically going to scale down all the Box2D to LibGDX coordinates, and I haven't figured out how to set this up properly, so I'm going to spend the time tomorrow to do that. Alright, I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 126 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was finally able to fix that error that I was having yesterday, where the Box2D body wasn't actually aligning with the rectangle shape that I drew. And the issue was that I had forgotten to set the projection matrix of our shape renderer to the camera, so that it draws relative to our camera's position as opposed to something else. And honestly, I don't fully quite understand it, but I think this will do for now. I also need to shift the rectangle a bit because Box2D draws relative to the center of the given coordinate, while LibGDX draws relative to the bottom left. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. And today is day 127 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I focused on trying to add controls so that the user can start moving the paddle, and it looks like this right now. And I really think it looks great. And I was able to get this done by checking to see if the up or down arrow were pressed, and then update the paddle's position by adding or subtracting a very small value depending on the key pressed. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I hope you guys have a good New Year's Eve, and I'll see you all next year. Hello, this is day 128 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I'm not really feeling well today, so I wasn't able to progress as much as I'd like, but I still made some progress. So today I made it so that the paddle won't go off the screen no matter what. So if I'm holding down the down key, it won't pass this level right here. And I did this by doing some checks to make sure that the paddle's position plus or minus its height divided by 2, it's either below the max height and above 0, depending on which way we're trying to go to. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello everyone, so this is day 129 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. And I'm still feeling a bit under the weather, so yeah. And today I focused on adding in another paddle to the game, and I also made it so that I coded the logic for it so that if the user chose to play against a real player, you're able to control both paddles. So you just need to give player 2 the controls for the second paddle. And I'll show you what happens when the user chooses to battle a computer. And basically, you're not allowed to control the other paddle. And I'll code the simple AI for it after, but that's not my main focus for now. And my next focus is to include the ball object, and I just created the ball class today. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 130 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to work on the ball class, and I was finally able to display it on screen. I was having a bit of trouble drawing a circle where the ball's Box2D body is, but it seemed like when I attempted to draw it with the shape renderer, I also needed to pass in another parameter called segments, which is used to define how smooth our circle should be. And so the next thing I want to do after this is to make the ball move, and then after that work on the collision so that the ball collides with one of the paddles, it goes to the opposite direction. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 131 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on trying to figure out how to make this little ball here move, And then also I make sure that if it hits either the top part or the bottom part, I made sure to apply an opposite force so that it bounces away from that corresponding side. So this is how it looks like now. So as you can see, it can bounce, but then once it touches either side, forces will be applied to it. And yeah, I noticed that the ball is moving faster because it is being affected by a force. And yeah, this is making me think that maybe using box 2D isn't necessary for this game. I might do it differently without using box 2D, but I'll think about it a little bit more. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 132 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue to figure out how to make the ball move properly, and I've decided to just continue using box 2D. And the reason why is that today I learned about set linear velocity method, whereas I've been using apply linear impulse. And the difference is that impulse is a force that adds to the current velocity, which is why yesterday the ball was moving faster for each collision. So with the set linear velocity method, we just set a value of a speed which remains constant throughout the whole lifespan of the game. So as you saw earlier, the ball went through and bounced, and then the velocity remained the same. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 133 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on adding the logic for collisions between the paddle and the ball, and to do this I need to utilize the contact listener interface and make a class that implements it. Then I just check to see if an object is of ball type and call it bounce method, which resets the linear velocity to move to the opposite direction depending on where the ball's location is on the screen. After that, I just added in the sound effect where you can hear the little ding sound. And yeah, so the physics around the ball when it gets hit or when it collides with a paddle isn't fully correct, which is why I'm going to focus on that tomorrow. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 134 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued on trying to make the collisions better, and I think it does. So what I did this time, so every time the ball collides with a paddle, a random angle between 0 and 180 degrees will be chosen. And depending on the angle, that's where the ball's direction is going to be. It isn't perfect, but for this use case, I think it should be fine. And I don't know if you've noticed, but sometimes when the ball collides with the paddle, the speed just slows down, and I'm not really sure why at the moment. So I'm definitely gonna focus on that tomorrow. And yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 135 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I decided to put hold on the bug yesterday where the speed of the ball slows down sometimes, and focus more on trying to make the ball appear again when it goes out of bounds. So it kind of looks like this. So when it goes out of bounds, it just gets recentered. And at first, how I wanted to do this was to destroy the ball and then instantiate a new one back at the center. But I imagine that it might be a lot better to just recenter the same ball back into the center, as it would save some resources. Next, I want to focus more on making it sure that it chooses a random angle, because it seems like it's only going up, and I want to fix that. So yeah, and then after that I'll work on the speed. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 136 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to work on trying to make the angles vary more consistently, so that when I hit the ball, it doesn't always direct the ball down or up. I want it to sometimes to go straight, but as you can see, it's not really happening as frequent as I'd like, and I do want to fix that. And unfortunately today I was stumped in this session, so I didn't really make much progress. So tomorrow I'm going to be utilizing ChatGPT to help me brainstorm some possible solutions to this. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 137 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I tried to get the ball to bounce at varying angles more consistently, but I couldn't really figure it out, so I'm just gonna let it be for now. And I guess it doesn't look too bad now I'm looking at it. And so next I started working on the bug where the ball would randomly slow down after colliding with a paddle. And a workaround to this is to make the ball speed in the X direction a lot faster, which is why the ball's moving way faster now. So right now I think it looks pretty decent, and my next focus is to work on the HUD. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 138 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So I was looking through the comments and I found one from my old video where they mentioned that depending on where the ball hits the paddle, i.e. the top, middle, or bottom, it will move in that direction. And I kind of like the idea, and it makes a lot of sense to me, which is why instead of working on the HUD today, I started to work on seeing how to get this work. And for now, for what I did is I added some fixtures to the paddle, and I made them sensors to represent the different portions of the paddle. And then made them sensors so that they're not collidable in the box 2D world. It does look a little scuffed, but yeah, I'm gonna keep working on it tomorrow. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 139 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I managed to make a bit of progress by fixing the sensors for the top, middle, and bottom. And don't mind the location right now, I just wanted to show you guys how it looks. But when I fix it, it'll be like exactly where the paddle is, so yeah. So again, the idea is, so if the ball hits the top part, the sensor, it'll bounce upwards, and if it goes to the middle, it'll just go straight, and then if it goes to the bottom, it'll go to the bottom. And yeah, so I really appreciate all you guys' help, and tomorrow I'm going to be focusing on coding that logic. And yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 140 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I coded the collision logic for when the ball collides with the paddle, and I added it so where the ball hits a certain part of the paddle, it will move in that direction. So if it hits the top part, it will bounce upwards, and if it hits the middle or down, it bounces downwards, and if it hits the middle, it goes straight like that. The degrees are pretty static, and I do want it to be a little bit random just to add a little bit more challenge to the game. So that's what I'm gonna be working on tomorrow. And yeah, so I'm getting ended here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 141 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to make it so that when the ball collides with the paddle, that it will vary within an angle range corresponding to where the ball hit the paddle. For example, if the ball hits the paddle in the middle, instead of going straight all the time, it'll choose an angle between -30 and 30 degrees. And the main reason for this is to prevent stalemate, because if it hits only straight, then we just leave the paddles as is, and it'll just keep bouncing back and forth. Next, I did encounter a bug where if the ball hits two sides at once like that, it starts to behave very weird. I'm thinking maybe I could add some flags to make sure that it only counts the first part of the paddle that it collides with. And yeah, so that's what I'm going to be focusing on tomorrow, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 142 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to try to solve that bug that I encountered yesterday, and I did try adding flags to make it to see if I could control when the ball could bounce, but it didn't work the way I expected. And I think one of the probable reasons why the bug occurs is that because when I was debugging, what I expect to happen is that the ball would collide with one of our sensors, but in reality, when it hits two sensors at once, it's also colliding with the paddle object itself. And I made it so that if it collides with anything other than sensors, it wouldn't bounce, which is why this bug occurs right here where it doesn't bounce back. And yeah, so I'm gonna continue figuring out tomorrow, so I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 143 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I tried a different method in terms of collision, where I would assign category bits and assign each sensor their own bit representation. And then I also masked the bits so that only certain game objects collide with other certain game objects. In this case, it would be the sensors, and the ball could only collide and not the paddle. And I was thinking that maybe it was an issue, there was an issue colliding with the paddle, but nope, I still get the same issue, but this time the ball just goes through. I don't know if I can show you guys, but it just goes through the paddle. And next time what I'm gonna do is not use sensors, but instead just see where the ball collides with the paddle and just use the paddle itself. And yeah, so I'm getting it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 144 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I implemented a different approach to determining where the ball hits the paddle. And before I used sensors, but I was getting some weird issues, so now my new approach involves checking the ball's position relative to the paddle, and then determining which part of the paddle and the ball collided with. So now it works as intended, and I'm really happy about the result. And I'd like to say thanks again to the community for helping me out on this, because yeah, I feel really good about it. So next, I'm going to be focusing on creating the HUD for the game, and yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 105 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on adding the HUD and also made it so that if the user scores, the score value will increment by 1. And then I also added in a sound effect, so when the ball goes to either side, it'll play this coin sound. And yeah, so I'm getting really close to finishing this game. All that there's left is to code the simple AI logic for when the user chooses to play with a computer versus a player. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 146 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I focus on creating a simple AI for the computer, and right now I have it so that the paddle or the computer follows where the ball's location is at. But I feel like it makes the game impossible to play against. So my idea is to have some sort of delay happen to the computer's movement. So like, let's say it waits for 1 second before it starts moving towards the ball. The issue with this is when I first tried it, is that it instantly goes to that position of the ball, like it had Ultra Instinct or something. What I want to happen is I want it to casually move to the ball's location. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 147 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time thinking about a way to tackle this problem of mine of making the paddle move more smoothly towards the ball, as opposed to right here where the ball just instantly goes to the ball's position. And what I was thinking is that I could have a method where I pass in a destined location for the paddle to go towards until a new value is placed. And of course the value that we're going to be passing would be the ball's current Y position. But I'm going to spend more time thinking about it tomorrow, and yeah, so I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 148 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to think about how I'm going to implement the CPU logic, and I'm still a bit confused, as I was thinking that we give the paddle a destined location to follow, and it'll update its position towards that destined location. And then only after specified time has been met, where we update the new destined location, in which the paddle will now head over to that location. But I'm still unsure how to implement this, so I'm gonna think about it more tomorrow. Well, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 149 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was finally able to finalize the simple AI logic when you're going against a computer. And the way I did it is by setting a destined location to the paddle to go towards and then gave it a specified time to get to that location. I also created a translate method which will be used to update the CPU's position in increments, and the value passed is the difference between the ball's Y position and the CPU's center Y position multiplied by some speed factor and the delta time. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with the result, and if you'd like to try this yourself, go down into the description where I go into details on how you can download it for yourself. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 150 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So with the latest completion of the Pong game project, today I spent time brainstorming on what game I should make next. And I decided to create a game similar to Mega Man, but a bare bone version of it. And so far today I've only created the scope of our project, and which you can check out right here. And the next thing I want to do is download the assets that I like to use and also set up a project. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 151 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So I'm starting a new project, and it's kind of like a Mega Man clone. And so for today, I was able to set up the project, and I decided to use 3 extensions for this new game. One is Box 2D, which allows physics in our 2D world. Then I'm also using FreeType extension, which allows us to use custom fonts for the game. And lastly, I was a bit iffy on whether or not to include this or not, but I also checked the AI extension. And I'm not sure how I'm gonna use this, or because I've never used it before. But I'd like to give it a try. Worst case scenario, I end up not using it, so yeah. And the next thing that I'm going to do is to continue looking assets for the game. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 152 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I focused on getting the assets that I want to use for the game. So I have all the textures, and then I also have the music and the sound effects. And yeah, it did take quite a bit of time, but for this part I think I should be done. But if I do need to get more assets, I'll get them later. And then, so tomorrow, I'm going to be focusing on using the tiled map software, which is used to build the level. And yeah, so I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 153 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time learning and reviewing how to use the tiled map editor software so that I could build a simple and short level for my new game. I also imported the tiled textures that I want to use for the game, and so basically I could just start doing stuff like this. I think it's pretty cool. Then I had to relearn about the different layers that we can create with this software. So there's 3, there's tiled, image, and object. And tiled layers will be used to place tiled textures on. Object layers is where we define our objects in the game so that we could reference it through code. And lastly, the image layer is used if you want to use like a static image to overlay on top of our map. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 154 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I finished creating my level for the game, and it's very simple. It looks like this. and I think it should be fine for the objective I'm going for. So basically it's just a small little platformer, and then here is going to be where the enemy is going to be spawned at. So these circles are the little enemies, and then this giant rectangle is where the boss is going to be. But I might need to adjust this when I'm actually coding it, because I'm not really too sure how it'll look. So next I started implementing the screen manager, and I started setting up the code for the project. And yeah, that was all I did for today. So yeah, so I'm getting it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 155 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to code the project, and so far I was able to load in the assets, and this made me realize that I need a few more assets, like the title screen image, a sound for when the enemy gets hit, and also another sound when the boss gets hit. So I plan to get these tomorrow or when I have free time today. And yeah, so then I created the title screen class to display the title screen, but I haven't set that up properly yet. And yeah, so that's what I'm also going to be doing tomorrow. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 156 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I searched for more assets in regards to the enemies and player getting hit. Then I started working on the title screen, and I managed to get only this far, or have the title and then the two options. So yeah, I'm going to continue working on it, and maybe even create a backdrop for the title screen. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 157 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to work on the title screen, and I was able to create this backdrop right here, and I did it just to make it more interesting to look at. And yeah, I also came up with a name for the game instead of just calling it Platform Shooter 1. And so we've all heard of Mega Man, right? So I just named the game Great Guy, kind of like, because it's kind of similar to Mega Man in that it follows the same like pattern where Mega starts with M and Man starts with M. So, and they keep the same meaning too, right? Mega as in great, Man as in guy. So yeah. And yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 158 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I loaded a background music for the game's title screen, and then after that I started to work on adding functionality to the options below, like the start game and exit game option. But I reached a bug that I wasn't able to solve by the end of the 15 minutes. So I'll have to continue this tomorrow, and yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 159 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to fix that issue I was having with the input not being read, and the solution was to basically call this line of code, let me see, this line of code here, and after that I was able to get it to work. And so now we can exit the game, and we can also play the game. But right now I'm getting issues because I started to work on the play screen where most of the gameplay logic will be coded in, and I'm trying to load the map that I created previously, but for some odd reason it's not showing up, so I'm gonna have to work on that tomorrow. Anyways, that ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. At 60 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to render the map, and what I had to do was called the set to ortho method for my camera object, and then made sure that my map renders relative to the camera's position. So it only renders whatever my camera sees, what I'm guessing is how it works. And at this stage of learning, I feel a bit overwhelmed, as I still don't quite understand how everything in my games are working, and I feel like I do need more than 15 minutes to, get deeper into the concepts. But for now, I'll just keep the challenge the way it is, just to see how much I've changed over the year. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 161 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I created the player class, and I started to work on it, and at the moment I'm trying to render the standing texture of the player onto the game. Also, for the different states, the player will have these states: a stand, damaged, and walking. And tomorrow I'm gonna keep working on the player class so that I can render it on the game. And yeah, so I'll also need to work on the box to the body fixtures and all of that stuff. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 162 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to create the box 2D of the body of the player of the character, which you can see over here, and I was thinking of creating different hitboxes for it. At the moment there are 3 attached to the body. So we have a circle, a box, and another box. And what the circle is supposed to represent is the head, and then the smaller box is supposed to be the arm, and then the bigger box is supposed to be the body. Right now it's a bit scuffed, and I need to play with the values more to make it more accurate. And I still need to render the texture so that I can kind of compare and then debug based on the sprite. And yeah, so that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 163 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to render the sprite onto the screen, but for some odd reason it isn't centering to where the box 2D body is centered at, and I'm going to figure that out tomorrow. So the reason why it's working now is because I needed to set the bounds for the sprite, and I think it does this relative to the box 2D body, which is why I think 00 here, where I rendered the sprite, starts at that position, but I think I need to adjust it so that the body here is the center for the box 2D body. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 164 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we're finally able to center the sprite, and it was a bit tricky as I had to figure out where I want the center to be. In terms of the sprite, the center is relative like right here underneath the arm, which is not what I want it to be. I want it to be centered to the body, so I did have to adjust some of the values to get this result. Then I had to adjust the values of our hitbox. As you can see, there's this box here, there's a smaller box here, and then there's like this little circle for the head. And I had to adjust values for those two together just the way I wanted them to. And yeah, so my next step is to see if I can get the player to move and switch states to the walking state, and then render the walking animation for it. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Well, this is day 165 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I tried to get the character movement to work, and so far I'm not getting it. And so if I press right, the character starts moving, and basically we just applied a linear impulse to the body, and then just have the sprite update with the body, so that's why it looks like it's moving. But I'm not really satisfied with how this works, because I kind of want my controls to be a little bit more accurate. I mean a lot more accurate, not just a little bit. So yeah, so tomorrow I'm going to spend more time researching how to do this more properly. And yeah, so I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 166 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I managed to get the player movement close to how I want it. So I used the same way I did to update the player's movement like in my pawn game. And basically I just increment the value of the player's body by a certain amount to get it to move in that direction. So for example, if I want the player to go to the right, I would just update its position by incrementing a very small value in the player's X position, and we're just updating that position gradually, which gives us this kind of movement. And then I also did work on adding the jump, which you can see there, but it's really scuffed. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 167 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I focused on flipping the sprite whenever the user presses left, like this. And we're flipping it relative to a specific point that I wanted to. So I did have to adjust some values to make it the way I want. Because if I didn't, it would flip it based on the sprite's width, which also considers where the gun's at, so it's not really relative to the character but like the whole sprite itself. So that's why I need to adjust the values to make it look like this, and I think it looks pretty good. And so yeah, so the next thing I'm going to be working on is to implement the walking animation for the game, or for the player. and I'll actually, or maybe I should focus on flipping the hitboxes too. I might do that instead, actually. Alright, well, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 168 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I decided to remove the hitbox of the gun, as that would prevent me from needing to flip the hitbox when the user faces the other direction like this. And yeah, so this change makes it a lot easier for me, and I can start working on other features like the walking animation. So when the player starts moving, it'll switch to that animation. But at the moment, I'm still trying to figure out how to manage the player's state properly, so I'm gonna have to spend more time figuring that out tomorrow. And yes, I'll end it here, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is Dave 169 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent more time trying to figure out how to get the walking animation to render, while also trying to work out my state manager for the player. But at the moment I'm still getting some errors. So like, for example, if I press left or right to move the character, I get an exception, and I don't really get the exception. It's telling me that I'm dividing by 0, but I don't think I am. But I'll need to spend more time researching it tomorrow. And yes, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 170 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I got the animation to play, but it's a bit awkward, as you can see. And yes, I just also realized from testing this animation that the walking animation that I chose doesn't really look that good. Like, the second feet doesn't even touch the ground. It's just his head turning left and right. And yeah, I might have to switch it. I don't know. Maybe this is just for learning purposes, so I guess it doesn't really matter, but I don't know. Maybe I might switch it towards the end when the project is done. Well, yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 171 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to get the walking animation to play, so it looks like this. But the code for it was pretty messy, and I do want to improve on it in the future as I continue to make more games. So yeah, so I'm just gonna continue from here, and the next thing I want to work on is rendering the game objects like the ground, and I created this during when I had to create the map in the tiled map editor software a few videos ago. And yes, I'm gonna start working on adding collisions there so that the player doesn't look like it's awkwardly floating on top of the ground. I could add gravity so that the player can just fall on top of the ground instead of falling through it. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 172 trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was finally able to render the ground object, as you can see here, and they also added gravity so that it pushes the character down, but now instead of falling to the map, it stops when it collides with the ground. And the next thing I wanted to do was work on the jumping functionality, but as you can see, it's getting really weird results. And there's actually this bug that I thought was pretty cool, and I might add this in a game that I make in the future, but right now I think it's a bit too complicated for me. So the bug is, if I let me see if I can get it like this. Basically the body separates from the sprite, then after that the sprite renders where the body is at, as if like the character teleported. And I thought that was a pretty cool feature. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 173 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, unfortunately, there isn't much of an update. I'm still facing the same issues with the jumping mechanic, and I'm still trying to figure it out. And right now, what I'm thinking about doing is redoing the movement code and see where I can go from there, because maybe I'm thinking that I need to utilize box 2D in terms of the movement, instead of just like updating the position by a certain amount. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 174 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I redid the movement code, and I did it to make it more physics based instead of just updating the value or the position value of the player's body. And the main reason why I didn't choose to do it physics based in the first place is because when you move the character, it would make the character slide a bit, and I really didn't know how to handle that properly until today, I think. So today I learned about adding friction to the ground and also dampening the character's body to reduce that effect, which I don't really like. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day. I'm going to continue from here for tomorrow, and yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is 175. I'm trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue to spend more time redoing the code to make all the movement code physics based, and I think I got most of it in terms of moving left and right and just reducing the sliding effect that happens when the character moves, and I think it looks good for now. An odd thing I did notice when I was working on the jumping code is that when I jump normally, or when I'm jumping from the standing state, it jumps pretty decent. That's pretty restrictive. But if I try to jump while I'm walking, it gets like, it jumps so high, and I don't really understand why that is, so I'm gonna have to spend more time figuring that out tomorrow. And yeah, so I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Day 176. We're trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I did make a bit of progress. I found out the reason why my jump was so high while walking versus just standing is because two forces were being applied. So it kind of multiplied the velocity in the y direction and caused it to jump really high. So to solve this, I set the linear speed when walking to have be 0 in the y-axis, so that when the player jumps, it's a relative to 0 as opposed to wherever it is while we're walking, which you can kind of see here. And it's not good yet, so I gotta work the values a bit. And then next I did a work on adding some flags so that the player can jump only once. And that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 177. I'm trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I fixed the issue where if I jumped and walked the same height, the height would be shorter if I jumped from the standing state. And I did this by applying a linear impulse force to when I'm walking, instead of just setting the linear velocity for the walking code. Next, I adjusted the values of the gravity and then jump velocity to get this jump height, and I think it looks pretty good. So now whenever I fall, it falls pretty decently. And then lastly, I fixed the bug where if I was walking and jumping at the same time, the sprite wouldn't update with the box 2D body, and it was a simple mistake on my part, as I forgot to update the sprite during the jumping state. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. 178, I'm trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I started to work on updating the camera to show the rest of the world when the character moves, but I'm having some issues right now, and I'm thinking of having it similar to how it works in Mega Man, where if the player reaches the end of the screen, then the camera slides to the next part of the world. And my idea to do this is to first check the player's position, and then plus the width, and to see if that value is greater than the screen's width. If so, then we slide the camera. But I realized that the screen's width changes depending on the window size. So for example, this could be like 600, but if I slide it like that, then it's like 947. And I'm gonna keep thinking about this, and yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 179. We're trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue to work on getting the camera to move the way I want, which is going to be similar to how it works in Mega Man, where if the player reaches the end of the screen like this, it's going to translate the camera to the right. Yeah. And it's going to show the next part of the map. And then I also found out that in the camera class that I'm using, there's a method called translate, which will help me achieve this feature in the game. But at the moment, I'm still getting confused with the screen width, so I gotta continue my research on that tomorrow. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 180 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent more time brainstorming ideas on how to integrate my camera design, and I think I've done it more or less. So instead of checking if the player's position is greater than the screen's position, I'm checking it against the world's position. So if I hit the end of the screen like this, then it does translate, but then after that I just update the camera to the player's position like this, and I think I'm just gonna keep it like this. It followed what I wanted originally, just a little bit more. And yeah, so that ends my day for today, and the next day I'm gonna do or work on is the shooting mechanic of the game. And yes, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 181 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today there really isn't much visual progress, as in like there's no updates to the game itself. Rather, I've been just brainstorming on how to implement this in our game. And so far I just made a bullet class, and I'm thinking this is going to work similar to how I built the ball class in my previous game, but this time using box 2D where I can apply a force to it to make it move on its own. And yeah, so I'm gonna end it here, and I'm gonna continue working on it tomorrow. Alright, bye. Hello, this is day 182 of trying to learn game development in Java, where we only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I got the bullets to show up on screen, and it took many adjustments in the value in terms of their position, but I tried to place them as closely to the gun's tip as I can. As you can see, the shape of the bullet still not being rendered, and I'm gonna spend more time trying to fix that tomorrow. And also, if you haven't been hearing, whenever the player shoots, you can hear like a little laser sound playing in the background. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 183 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent more time trying to figure out why the game was not drawing the circle shape on the bullet's box 2D body. So today I'm also a bit jet lagged still, so I couldn't really focus as much as I wanted today. But what I did notice is that these circles, or the bullet is supposed to are being rendered here. As you can see, these little white things are happening. So if I press space to shoot, there's a respawn in another drawing of the bullet, and that's exactly where what I want to do, but I want them to be drawn on the box 2D body, which is like this thing here. And I'm not exactly sure why it's acting like this, so I'm gonna spend more time thinking about it tomorrow. And yeah, so I'll end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 184 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to manage to solve the issue where the shape render was not drawing the circles on the bullet's box 2D body, as you can see here. And what I had to do was, when drawing the circle, I had to multiply the position and the radius values by a pixel per meter value, which, as a reminder, is used to convert box 2D coordinates to pixels, which is what LibGDX uses by default. So I still don't understand why in this case we multiply, because I've been kind of used to just dividing everything by pixels per meter, but in this case we have to multiply it. But you know, for now I'm just gonna accept it as it is, and I'm gonna move on to the next part, which is just spawning enemies. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 185 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time trying to think about how I want to set up the classes for the enemy, and I was thinking of having an enemy class that other classes can extend to it. So whenever I create a specific enemy type, it'll extend to this enemy class type, just because they have similar properties, and I don't want to kind of like repeat myself. And also another thing I noticed is there's this bug. So right now it shoots normally, but if I move to the camera and then start shooting, it stops rendering the bullets. And I really don't know how to fix this, but for now I'm just gonna let it be and just keep focusing on the enemy and just fix this bug when I have the time to do it. Or yeah, anyways, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, this is day 186 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So there wasn't much progress there wasn't much visual progress that I made today, but I did continue working on the enemy class, and I really tried to make it so that it's modularized, I guess, where subclasses that extend to this class will make it seamless and easy to create different types of enemies. And right now, I'm just focusing on trying to get the enemy to render on the map, and then after that, I'm gonna make it so that they render corresponding to the positions that I set when I created the enemy objects in the map editor a few days ago. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 187 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, as you can see, I rendered the enemy. We'll adjust its standing texture. I did have to scale the texture a bit because originally it was very small, but I think the size should suffice. And the next thing I want to work on is to make these enemies render in their corresponding locations as I made them in the map editor. So one spawns over here, and then the other one should spawn over here. And yeah, so that'll pretty much end my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 188 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to get the grunt enemies to spawn in their corresponding locations, and then I also gave them a box to the body where I made it so that they're affected by gravity, so that the sprite isn't floating. It's still floating, but I still need to update the sprite to render corresponding to their box 2D bodies, which you can see the little circle here. And I was just messing the values a bit. This is not going to be their hitbox. I'm gonna work on that tomorrow. I still need to adjust the values a bit better to make it feel better. But overall, I think that's a pretty easy fix tomorrow. I just gotta mess with some values. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 189 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I updated the box to the body of the enemy to make it fit better. As you can see here, it's this rectangle. And I also made it so that the sprite renders corresponding to the center of the box, so it looks more accurate. And then I also started adding in new textures for the enemy, like the damage texture, and then started working on implementing the walking animation, but I didn't really get too far from that, and that's what I'm gonna be focusing on tomorrow. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 190 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time trying to make the enemy walk, because as you can see here, the animation or the states are changing for the enemy from waiting to walking. And yeah, so this means that I also integrated a walking animation, and I also made it so that the enemy switching states depending on a timer for so I made a timer for the duration of how much an enemy should walk before waiting, and then how long an enemy should wait before walking again. It's still a bit iffy in terms of the walking animation, so that's what I'm going to be focusing on for tomorrow. And yes, I'm going to end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 191 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to fix the walking animation, and it looks way better than yesterday. And the issue was I was not giving the right coordinates from the texture atlas, so I was making it look a bit weird last time. Then I also messed with the walking and waiting timer to make it look like this in terms of the animation. And then also I need to reload the program, but basically the character moves while it's walking state, and then when it's waiting it just stops in its place. And next I'm gonna try to figure out how I can make it so that when the enemy collides with another box to the body that isn't the player, it will reverse its direction so that I could walk the opposite direction. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 192 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on reading collisions in my game. More specifically, it's collisions with the grunt enemy and these sensors here, those like little rectangle. And the sensors are there to make sure that the enemy doesn't fall off the platform. So like I'll have some enemies here and I need to have some sort of way to detect whether the enemy has reached the end of the platform so that it doesn't fall off. And yeah, so if the enemy collides with one of these sensors, their direction gets reversed, so that's why they walk backwards. And yeah, so the next thing I gotta work on is to flip the sprite when it walks the other way. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 193 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to flip the sprite whenever the enemy flips its direction. And I also had to adjust the sprite when it was flipped because it was off-centered when the sprite would reverse in this direction. And then next I made these sensors not collidable with the player, so I could just move past them like this. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 194 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I fixed this bug where the player was pushing the enemy around when it got really close, and I did it through adding category bits, which gave me control on which objects were collidable. And in this case I only made the player collide with the ground object, so I'm still able to make the player go on top of the ground. And next I started to work on implementing the attack animation for the enemy, as you can see right here. My idea is that the enemy, if the player is within a close proximity within the enemy will walk towards the player's position and then switch to the attacking state, which will make them play this attacking animation that you see here. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 195 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time thinking about how I want to code the logic for when the enemy detects the player once it reaches a proximity, so that they'll walk towards that player and then switch to the attacking state. And what I'm thinking is creating a state manager class for the enemy, where I'll pass the player and the enemy objects so that I'll know the position values, so that I could compare the distance and then see if they're close enough, then make the enemy walk towards the player's position until it's right next to it or within another distance value, and then switch to attacking state. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. This is day 196 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue to work on a brute force logic to make the enemy move when it detects the player within a proximity. So here's the idea that I want. So right now the enemy is just standing, but once I get close, it starts moving. It's a bit funny right now, it looks funny, but wherever the player goes, the enemy will move in that direction. And yeah, as you can see, it is the enemy's moving very weirdly, and I'm still working on it. And when I was researching today, I did find out about Ashley, which is a framework which helps deal with the enemy AI and helps manage the different states of the enemy. So I'm gonna maybe do a tutorial on that after this game. But yeah, this is basically the idea that I want and what I'm going for. And yes, I'm gonna continue working on this tomorrow, and I'll see you then. Bye. Hello, this is day 197 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue to work on the logic for when the enemy detects the player once it reaches a certain proximity. And what's going to happen is if I walk at a certain point, the enemy will walk towards the player. But as you can see here, it's still a bit wonky. It seems like there's an issue where the enemy is switching between different states, like walking, standing, and attacking, as you can see in the console here. But once the player gets close enough, the enemy will switch to attack mode like this. So yeah, so for tomorrow I'm gonna keep working on fixing this bug, and yeah, so I'm getting it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 198 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to fix that bug where if I go within a certain proximity of the enemy, it's gonna walk towards the player, but the bug was is that after a certain distance it wouldn't get close and the enemy would just start spazzing out. It would just be stuck in place. And to do this, a viewer from one of my recent journals mentioned to increase the enemy's range of movement, and that helped. So I really appreciate it. And then what I also had to do was, because there was this line of code that was countering the change of direction, so that was probably why the reason the enemy was spazzing out and didn't want to get closer to the player. So yeah. So next I'll be working on the collisions, and yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 199 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was working on the collisions and I managed to get something to work. So we got the enemy, it switches to a damage state, but it's not fully correct. I do want it to like, once the player gets hit, it'll flash like for invisibility to indicate invisibility, and I want the player to kind of like do a knockback, I guess. And then also during this time I was messing with the player sprite to make it better, and it does look better, but now I'm running into this issue where if I'm walking, it shows the sprites on the left and right side like this. And yes, I'm gonna focus on fixing that tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 200 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I fixed that small issue yesterday with the sprite, so it doesn't generate like the sprites on the left and right side when I switch between direction. And to fix this, it seems like the issue was that I was updating the position of the sprite before updating the sprite itself. I'm not too understanding what happened, but I just made sure that the animation updated first, and then I updated the position of the sprite, and then I fixed it. Then I fixed a few more issues with the sprite, like where the bullet before it was aiming just below the gun, but now I think this looks better, and I have to make sure it does the same for both directions, like this. And yeah, so after this I'll be working on the damage collision again, and yes, I'll end it here and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 201 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I focused on adding the knockback for the player when it gets hit by the enemy, and it looks like this. And I think it looks pretty decent. But now I'm trying to fix this other bug where, as you can see here, I can push the enemy object around with the player, and that's not something I want for the game, so I'm gonna try to figure that out tomorrow, before I start working on the iframes and everything else. So yeah, I'm gonna end it here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 202 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I decided to work on the iframes for when the player gets hit by an enemy, and shout out to last_1 for giving me this idea that adding iframes would help with the issue I was having where the player would still be able to push the enemy around after getting hit. And at this moment it's still a bit wonky, as you can see here, because the player is not supposed to move after getting hit, but somehow I could still move, and it happens only one time. And yeah, there's also that. There's still some bugs I gotta fix, but I'm gonna focus on those issues some other time, and just focus on getting this part done. So yeah, I'm gonna continue polishing it tomorrow, and yeah, that ends my day for today, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 203 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So I wasn't able to figure out this issue where if the player gets hit by the enemy, there are some instances where I could walk through like this, but then some other times I could just move the player like that, and I'm not understanding why that happens. So that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm just going to spend time debugging, and hopefully I could find that answer by tomorrow. So yes, that pretty much ends my day for today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 204 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to come up with an alternative solution to the issue I was having. So before, the issue was that the player was still colliding with the enemy after getting hit, and I didn't want that. And so what I had set up previously is that the bodies of the enemy and player are collidable. But now I switched that so that they're not collidable anymore, and so now I had to think of an alternative solution to detect when the enemy or when the player gets hit by the enemy. And to do that, I just calculated the difference of the distance between the player and the enemy, and if it's close enough, then I call on the player's hit method, which is responsible for the knockback and then the iframes. And I think it looks pretty good, so I'm just gonna keep going with this. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 205 of trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I moved on to the next task, which is to detect the collision between the player's bullet and the enemy. Right now I am running into this weird issue where if I shoot the enemy with the bullet and it collides, the whole game crashes. And I'm thinking that's because I didn't properly destroy the bullet's box 2D bodies when it collided with the enemy. So yeah, I'm gonna do further research on how to do that properly tomorrow. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 206 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I managed to solve the issue where the game would crash after the bullet collides with the enemy. And to solve this, I had to create another boolean flag named destroyed, and then I had to update the conditional logic such that the bullet's box2D body is only destroyed when it's set to be destroyed, and it hasn't been destroyed yet. Yeah, it's a bit complicated for me to explain, but now it works, so I'm kind of happy about that. And then I started to, as you can see, I started to implement the damage state once the bullet collides with the enemy, and it's still a bit wonky. I still need to work on changing the states properly, and yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 207 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to solve the issue I was having where the enemy's other states would override the damage state. So this would be the damage state, and if I get close, the enemy would start walking or change to a different state, making the damage texture get overridden very quickly, and which I didn't like. And what I had to do was check to see if the enemy state was switched to the damage state, and if so, then it doesn't try to switch to any other state until the damage state is over. Then I also started to add indicators. As you saw, the enemy turned red for a certain amount of time before switching back to the standing state, and then the colors revert back. The red color does look a bit weird, so I'm not sure if I should keep it or not, but I'll figure that out tomorrow. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 208 of trying to learn game development Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I decided to not add the red color when the enemy takes damage, and then I started to work on the dying state where it would play out the dying animation once when the health reaches 0, which is about now, since I gave the enemy 3 healths and I just shot 2 bullets. So let's see how it looks. It's alright. It isn't perfect yet. My idea is to have it touch the ground before deleting the box 2D body, which is the little rectangle you see here. And yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow, and yeah, so I'll see you then. Bye. Hello, this is day 209 of trying to learn game development in Java, and we'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was running into a similar issue because I was trying to remove the box 2D body of the grunt enemy after it gets killed. And after doing a bit of research, I understand why this issue happens. So I'm using Box2D, which is like a physics engine for LibGDX, which is the framework I'm using. And I created a world object that manages the physics calculations for me. And the issue rises when we're trying to delete something while the world is calculating. So what I need to do is wait till it finishes calculating and then delete the Box2D bodies. And I could check to see if it's currently calculating using the isLocked method, which returns true if it is calculating the physics. And yeah, it's still a bit iffy, but I'm gonna continue doing more research tomorrow. And yes, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 210 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I managed to redefine the box 2D bodies of the grunt enemy so that when it switches to the killed animation, the box 2D accurately fits the sprite. So let's take a look at that now. So here we have three of the same enemies, and they all have 3 health each, so let's shoot them 3 times. And yeah, so that's basically what happened. So I adjusted the box 2D body so that it accurately fits the sprite, and it makes it more believable that it touches the ground. And I like this better than the previous one where it looks like it's floating. And yeah, so the next thing I want to work on is to remove these sprites after a certain amount of time after they died. And yeah, so I'm gonna continue working on it tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 211. We're trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I made it so that the grunt enemy's body disappears after it gets killed. So I'll demonstrate it right now. So the body flashes for a bit before the body and the sprite disappears. And then also, if you didn't hear, there's a bit of sound effects when the enemy gets hit, and then also has a different sound effect when it dies. And yeah, so I thought so far it's looking really good. I really like the progress that I'm going at. But now I did notice one thing when I was messing with the code. I noticed that there's this issue where the enemy hit the player even though they're not in the same, or they haven't collided yet. And I'm thinking it has something to do with my collision code. So I'm gonna take a look into it tomorrow and work on fixing this bug. Alright, I'll see you then, and yeah, bye. Hello, today is day 212, trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I fixed the bug I was having yesterday where the enemy could still hit the player even though they haven't collided yet. But before I show that, I kind of want to reflect on what the game I built so far. So here we have the title screen, and you know, there's a lot to be worked on for this, but for now let's just start the game. And it takes us to the gameplay, and we could just, now I can show you the bugs. So we just kill this person, and then let me just show the bug here. So before it would hit me in midair, but now it doesn't. It waits till I am in the same plane before it can hit me. So that was just a small bug fix, but yeah. So next I'll be working on the game over screen, so I'll see you guys until then. Bye. Hello, this is day 213 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I actually focused on solving a previous bug that happened a while back. And that bug was when the camera updated like this, the bullets or the circle wouldn't render properly with their box 2D bodies. And how I fixed this is basically I needed to update the sprites whenever the camera updated, and after that I just started working again. Then I continued to work on the game over screen, but I still have nothing to show for it at the moment. So hopefully tomorrow I'll get it done. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 214 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I managed to finish the game over screen, and I also implemented a health system for the player. Right now the player has 3 life points, so if it goes to 0, it takes us to the game over screen. So right now what's supposed to happen is once it reaches 0, the player's body will go through the map, and then after a certain amount of time it's going to play the game over screen like this. Right now there is an issue here, because the game over screen is supposed to have like a full black background, but still showing the gameplay screen and still playing the music, as you can hear. So I still need to fix some of the bugs, and if I try to click on anything here, instead of taking us back to the main menu, it breaks. So yeah, so I'm gonna work on it tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 215 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I fixed that issue where once the game over screen would play and we would try to click on the screen again to restart the game would crash. So right now we got the game over screen, but in the past if I tried to click on it, the game would break, but now it just restarts from the beginning of the play screen. And yeah, so next I started working on creating the HUD, and shout out to Last Dark again for contributing the idea to use icons for the health display. And in this case I found this icon here, and yeah, so I think this would work really well with it. And so next I'm going to be just focusing on the HUD, and yes, I'll see you then. Bye. Hello, this is day 216 of trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to work on the HUD, and I was able to get something to work, as you can see here, but something is a bit off if you haven't noticed. The health icon is way too big than what I'd like, so I'm gonna figure that out tomorrow. Currently I have two solutions that I could try. One is to manually resize the sprite or the image, and the other is to code the logic to resize it for me. So yeah, I'm gonna think about it tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 217 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue to work on the HUD, but as you can see, you can't see it anymore, and it's because I was running into some issues setting it up the way I was. So I'm gonna try a different way. So before I was using a stage class and also a table class to basically build the HUD, but it just didn't turn out the way I wanted to. So now I'm gonna, instead of doing that, I'm gonna use the sprite batch to draw them kind of manually, but yeah. So right now there's no visual updates today, unfortunately, but hopefully tomorrow I can get it done, and yes, I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 218 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to get something to show up for the HUD, and I'd say it looks pretty good. But there are some issues with it right now, so if I try to move to a different part of the screen like this, it just disappears. And I'm thinking I just need to update the position of the HUD to the camera once it does this shift. And yes, I'm gonna figure that out tomorrow, so I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 219 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue working on the issue with the HUD, and as you can see, it's still not fixed. And yeah, but at least it's working. I didn't get to test it out yesterday, but I'm glad that that part's still working. And so yeah, so it's still not working, and I need to figure out what I need to do for it. And I'm thinking that the issue lies with how I'm drawing the icons on the screen, and I think I'm using world coordinates instead of screen coordinates, and I'm still a bit iffy on how that works, so I'm gonna spend more time tomorrow researching it. Alright, I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 220 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to get the HUD to follow the camera, and what I basically did was I just updated the HUD's position to the camera's position. And as you can see, now it looks pretty good. I like how it turned out. And yeah, so next I started to work on implementing the boss for the game, and right now I'm just setting up the code for it, so there's not any visual updates right now, but hopefully tomorrow there will be. So yeah, alright, I'll see you guys till then. Bye. Hello, this is day 221 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today, as you can see here, I was able to render the boss onto the screen, and yeah, so what do you guys think about its size? For me, it might be a bit too big, so I might scale it down a bit, but I don't know. And then after that, I started to work on the walking animation, but it's still not complete, so yeah, I'm gonna continue working it from there tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 223 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on the attack animation for the boss, and all I needed to do was basically add or decrease the duration of the animation, and now it plays out the whole animation thoroughly. There is an issue though, and it's one thing is that you can't really see the boss attacking you in the beginning like this. See, it's like it happens so quickly. It only plays out the animation once you're in the hitbox or the box to the body of the boss, but I don't think I like how that looks. So what I'm thinking is I might make it have an attack at a farther distance and see how that looks. And yes, I'm gonna try that tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 223 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on the attack animation for the boss, and all I needed to do was basically add or decrease the duration of the animation, and now it plays out the whole animation thoroughly. There is an issue though, and it's one thing is that you can't really see the boss attacking you in the beginning like this. See, it's like it happens so quickly. It only plays out the animation once you're in the hitbox of, or the box to the body of the boss, but I don't think I like how that looks. So what I'm thinking is I might make it have an attack at a farther distance and see how that looks. And yes, I'm gonna try that tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 224 trying to learn game development in Java. We only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time trying to figure out a way to display the attack animation fully when the boss attacks. And what happens is that if the player goes out of reach when he gets hit, the animation doesn't play fully. It just plays the first frame and then immediately goes to the walking animation. And I realized the reason why it does this is because it is switching states without fully playing out the attack animation. So my new design is to have it so that the boss plays the attack animation before it can switch to any other states. At the moment, I'm not sure how to integrate this, whether I should create a new state manager for the boss specifically, or figure out like a brute force solution that works with my current code base. So yeah, I'm gonna continue working on it tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 225 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I managed to fix the issue where the boss's attack animation wouldn't play out. So let me just demonstrate that real quick. So there, as you can see, the boss is playing out full animation, whereas before it would just play out the first one if the player wasn't within the boss's hitbox. But now it's able to do it, so I'm happy with the results. Next, I started to work on the collisions for the boss, and it's similar to the grunt enemy, so it's just a matter of just copy and pasting and then adjusting some of the code. And yeah, so I'm going to continue working on that tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 226 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to implement the collision for the boss, so now this is what happens. So when I shoot it, it stops for a bit, and then waits, and then starts walking again. And you can also hear the sound effects for when it gets hit. I think the sound effects is alright. It's the best I could find with the time I put in, I guess. Next, I'm gonna make sure that once it dies, its body will get destroyed, and then an end screen will appear and take us back to the main menu. And I guess I'll pretty much end this game after that. Well, I guess that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 227. We're trying to learn game development in Java. We only spend 15 minutes a day. Today I started working on what would happen when the boss dies, and what I was thinking was having this huge explosion just before the boss dies and its body gets deleted from the world. So today I spent time looking for sprites and sound effects that I could use for this part, and then I also created an explosion class which will handle all the explosions of the game. Right now it's still very buggy and very broken, so for example, if I try to kill an enemy, the game crashes. And yes, I'm going to continue working on it tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 228 trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to continue working on the explosion. Yeah, so I was able to work on the explosion, and at the moment it looks like this. And it kind of looks a bit funny right now, so I'm going to see if I can make it look better next time. So I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 229. I'm trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue to attempt to make the explosion look better, and I ended up using a different sprite sheet, and this is how it turned out. So I think it looks really good. And next I'm going to add some sound effects when the explosion happens, and then after that I'm going to work on deleting the boxes to the body from the world. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 230 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I managed to add in a sound effects for the explosion, and when the boss enemy dies, its box-suited body will be deleted afterwards, like this. So it's a good link for a bit, and then after a while, the boss's body gets deleted. So next, I started to work on the windscreen that'll happen once the boss dies. So I'll keep working on it until then, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 231 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to create the windscreen for the game, and it works similar to the game over screen, where after a while, after the enemy dies, after a while, the text for the windscreen will appear. But this time around, if we click anywhere, instead of taking us back to the beginning of the game, it takes us back to the title screen. So yeah, so next I'm just going to fix a few more bugs that I've noticed, and then finally create a better level to showcase the game, and then this project will be finished. So yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 232 of trying to learn game development in Java. We only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I managed to fix all of the bugs for the game, such as the title screen. When you resize the screen, it wouldn't work, but now once I resize the screen like this, I can press start game and it'll take me to the game. And then the next bug is that even after the boss dies, I could still shoot it. So now it doesn't do that anymore. And yeah, so tomorrow I'm gonna spend the whole 15 minutes trying to create a level design and to better showcase the game. And yeah, and that'll be pretty much it. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 233 of trying to learn game development in Java. We only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I finally finished making the level for the game, and this is the overview of that level, as you can see here. So let's take a look at it in the actual game. So we're gonna hit play. We're taken to the game world, and it's kind of hard to control with one hand, but I'll do my best. So yeah, I really like how it turned out. And yeah, and then here the idea was to say the word jump so that the player knows to jump here, and then he'll fight the final boss, and then when it dies it takes us to the win screen. And yeah, so that pretty much ends this project. And the next thing I'm going to do is maybe do a tutorial on Ashley and state management, because I need to get better at that. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 234, trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So after finishing the game yesterday, I decided to start a new tutorial to kind of refresh things for myself over the things I've learned, such as Box2D and LibGDX components. And this is the tutorial that I'm following. So if you want to follow along, this is what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to do all of them, and I think it's going to be really good for me because it'll help me understand how to use LibGDX more properly, as my previous game had a lot of messy and unorganized code. So hopefully following someone else's tutorial who has much more experience will help improve my organization. And yeah, so today I didn't really go too far with the tutorial. All we did was set up the project and made a bunch of screens, as you can see here. And yeah, so that pretty much is my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. So this is day 235. We're trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to follow the tutorial I showcased yesterday, and all we did today is create this change screen method, as you can kind of see here, where we pass in an integer which represents the value of this screen that we want to showcase. And I kind of like the way they handled it better than what I did in my previous game. For example, in this case, the way they handle it is that they make sure that a screen is initialized only once, and whereas for mine, I was always creating a new screen object every time I wanted to switch to a different screen. And I feel like this is much more efficient, because I don't know, I just feel like I guess it's much more efficient. Well, anyways, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 236 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue with the tutorial, and we were introduced to skins, which are kind of like pre-built themes that we could use for our UI, like these text buttons. And in this case, I chose the clean and crispy UI, and this is what happens when we apply that skin to the text button UI of our stage. So this means that any UI I add to the stage will get applied this theme to, I guess, to keep it more consistent, maybe. Then I had to spend time figuring out a bug why the menu screen, which is what we're seeing here, wasn't rendering properly. And I remember I had to call on this method here to make sure that it renders the screen's render method, or it calls on the screen's render method. Well, that pretty much is my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 237 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I learned a bit more on how to resize UI properly using the resize method and then just updating the viewport of the stage within it. Next, I learned a more proper way to listen to user input when a button is pressed. So right now we have user input, so if I press exit, it closes the game. And also I learned that in the show method, it only gets called once, and that happens as soon as we switch or as soon as the screen is loaded. So whenever we change to a different screen, as soon as that screen is loaded, the show method only gets called once. And I think that's pretty useful. And lastly, I was introduced to the preference class, where it seems like we're able to save the settings of our game. So yeah, I'm going to continue learning about that tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, today is day 238 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spending 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to get the preference screen to pop up with their corresponding settings like this. And here we're able to change the volume of the music and the sound effects. And then we're also able to turn off or on the music and sound effects as well. And also has a back button which takes us back to the menu screen. But right now I'm running into issues, as you saw earlier, where the preference screen was showing, but it was also showing the menu screen in the back. And yeah, I'm gonna spend time fixing that tomorrow. And also there's another bug where after we go back to the menu screen, none of the buttons want to work anymore. So yeah, I'm gonna continue working on fixing these bugs tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 239 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we were able to fix the issues with the bugs we had yesterday. And so before, when we press the preferences button, the menu screen will still appear in the back. And the fix for this is to make sure that the frame is cleared for each render, and we do that with these two lines of code here. So during the render phase, it's going to clear the frame before it starts drawing the menu, or the screens, I guess. And next, the issue was when we press back, these buttons would not work. And to fix this, we had to call on the set input processor code, which is the one that allows listening to the button presses to be in the show method. After that started working, now we could do anything we want. That pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 240 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we were able to set up a demonstration of the box 2D body for this tutorial. So here, as we can see here, is a demonstration or an example of the different types of bodies we have. So dynamic, kinematic, and static bodies. The square that you saw falling off has a dynamic body, which means that it's affected by gravity. The box moving up right now is kinematic because while it doesn't get affected by gravity, it can still move. And lastly, there's this body here, which represents the floor, and it has a static body because it's not affected by gravity and it can't move. And I also learned that you could also add densities to the box 2D body so that physics will behave differently on them. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 241 of trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we worked on the body factory, which will help us create the bodies for our game characters. So far the tutorial has showed me how to create circle bodies with different types of materials. And depending on the material, they will react differently to physics. Here we have an example of rubber here, stone here, and steel here. And they react differently as they're falling down. And yeah, so I'm still not finished with this part yet. So tomorrow I'm going to continue working or learning about body factory still. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 242 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we finished up a section with the body factory. We're able to create polygon and cone shapes. Polygons are a bit trickier than the other shapes, as shapes with indents on them, or with any like complex shapes, actually have to be broken down into 2 polygon shapes. And then we also created a cone shape, which I think will be useful to add kind of eyes to the enemy so that we can make them sensors later on, and whenever a player walks through them, the enemy can react. So I'll show you guys what I mean. So here we have a polygon shape. It's a normal one, but yeah, and then you kind of missed it, but there was like a circle with a sensor on it. Maybe you guys can rewatch the video to see how that looks. And lastly, I started the next topic, which was listening to contacts, and as you saw with a bunch of objects bouncing around, that's what happens when they collide. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today's day 2043 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we continue learning about collisions and testing how it works. The last part was showcasing how we can submerge a player object under quote-unquote water and affect its physics while it's still underwater. In this case, when part is the water. This section here represents the water. So when the player object reaches the water, there's like this opposite force that's pushing it down, which causes it to slow up, and then when it hits the static body here, it's gonna apply a force upwards. And that's just the way we coded it, just to help us see an example of how this all works. And yeah, so it was pretty interesting to see how this was put all together. And yeah, so tomorrow I'll continue the tutorial and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, this is day 244 of trying to learn game development in Java. We only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we started with the input controller lesson, where we learned how to add listeners to the user input. In this case, we created a class called keyboard controller, which implemented the input processor interface. This interface contains a lot of useful methods to listen for input presses, like listening to when the key is pressed or when it's released. It also has other types of inputs that we can listen to, like the mouse input. So right now we also coded a simple logic to control our player object right here by listening to the key presses of the player. And when I mean key presses, I mean the arrow keys. And how this works is that during the logic step, when we press an arrow key, there's going to be a force applied in that direction. So if I press left, there's going to be an applied force that makes it go to left. Same thing goes for the right too. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today's day 2045, trying to learn game development in Java. We only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we finished up the input processing lesson, where we reviewed how to unproject screen coordinates to world coordinates. I also found a noob method that could be pretty useful in the future called test point, which belongs to the fixture class, and we could basically use this method to see whether or not collisions occur. So this is basically another way of detecting collisions. But for our case, the way we did it here is that we tested to see if the user clicked on the fixture by testing the mouse's position against the fixture's position. Then we started to learn about the asset manager class, and one thing I learned about this is that we don't really need to dispose assets, as the asset manager will do it for us. And this caused me a lot of weird bugs because I was disposing assets. And yeah, anyways, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today's day 2046. We're trying to learn game development in Java. We only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we were able to load up a sprite for the player. As you can see here, we created a sprite batch that is used to render the image by passing in the texture, then the location, and the size of the texture that we want. In this case, we drew this texture here that you can see right now at the position of the player's box 2D body. Some things to note is that the sprite batch has a default world view of 640 by 480. So we have a custom world like this where it's 32 by 32. We need to make it adjust to our world by calling in the set projection matrix and passing in our camera's matrix values. Then when drawing the sprite, we also have to adjust it so it moves one half of the width to the left and one half width of height to the down. This is because sprite batch draws from the corner, whereas box 3D bodies are positioned in the center. And yeah, so next we started working on adding sounds, and yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today's day 246. I've tried to learn game development in Java. We only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we added sound effects and music to the game. As you can hear in the background, music is playing. And we also optimized our method for including the skin, which is what you see in these buttons here. And the way we're adding them now is through the asset manager. And I also learned that we do need to dispose the asset manager, but we dispose it in our main class. The main reason here is that because the main class's dispose method gets called after the user exits the game. So the way I was doing it before with my or the way I tried to do it before with my previous game was I was disposing it between screens, and it caused bugs, but we were supposed to dispose it in our main class. And next up, we started working on adding the logic for the loading screen. And yes, I'm gonna end here, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today's day 247. We're trying to learn game development in Java. We're going to spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we started using the texture atlas to pack the textures together, and we refactored some of the code where we're loading in the textures directly. so that instead we could load them directly from the texture atlas. So we're gonna still load the texture atlas, but we're gonna use texture regions to kind of pick the textures from the texture atlas, which saves resource. So tip is, because today I did spend quite a bit of time trying to find the assets for this part of the tutorial, is if you go down in the comments, someone will link the download file to a previous version of the project where it has the assets located within the Android folder. So if you are following along, the asset folder will be there. And this did take a bit of time, so unfortunately. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 249 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spending 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we finished up the loading screen, and I made a mistake with yesterday's video where I said it was day 247. We're supposed to be 248 because I made a mistake on day 246 and I repeated myself. But yeah, today is day 249. So for the loading screen, let me show you real quick, and I have to go really fast or else you're going to miss it. But basically, you see this loading screen here has a title, and then these little fire textures below. And then for each fire texture, it means a specific stage has been complete, such as loading the images, the fonts, the particle effects, sound effects, fonts until it's all finished. And once it's all finished, it takes us to the menu screen. So I was stuck on the loading screen for a bit because I was holding on to the screen, but rest assured that it does load pretty quickly. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 250 of trying to learn game development Java. We're only spending 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we refactored the code for the loading screen such that the loading animation is put into a different class called loading bar part. We also changed the way we set up the loading screen, where we now are using scene2d elements such as the stage and table. This part is a bit of a review for me, as I have used these classes before in my previous projects, so it's good to know that I feel a bit familiar with it. Right now the code is broken, so I can't run the program, but hopefully tomorrow as I progress I'll have something cool to learn and show you guys. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 251 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spending 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we finished updating the loading screen, and here are the changes that we've made. So as we can see here, we added an orange background and a copyright image in the bottom below. And yeah, so this is pretty cool because I've never made a loading screen before, but after this I'm starting to have a better idea of it, and I might incorporate it in my future games. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 252 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spending 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we were tasked to add a background color similar to the loading screen onto the menu screen. So currently this is the loading screen, and then after we wait for a bit for the menu screen to pop up, we still have the same background, whereas before it was just a black screen. Then I started to look if there was an easy solution in scaling these buttons to be a bit bigger without having to create a font object and then setting that font object to the buttons themselves, because I don't want to add too much custom code if I'm following this tutorial, and I don't want it to be convoluted or it might mess up the rest of the code if I'm not too careful. So yeah, and I wasted a bit of time on this, and next it seems like we're finally going to be covering Ashley, so I'm pretty excited about it as it'll help me in my future games. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 253 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we're introduced to Ashley, which is an entity framework which is used for managing game entities. It follows the entity component system, or ECS, where the entities are the game objects that are defined by various components. Components are data and behavior that define the entity, and for example, entity can have multiple components, such as an animation component that provides animation capabilities, and collision components to make the entity collidable. And lastly, systems are built that in that way where it processes entities based on the components that they have. It's a bit confusing at the moment, but I'm liking it so far. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 254 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today it seems like we finished all of the components we want from this game, and then we started to work on the systems, which is in charge of rendering the entities of the game depending on their components. So this part was very confusing for me, as it introduced a lot of new classes that I'm not familiar with, such as comparator, family, component mapper, and more. And we also performed quite a bit of calculations relating to converting pixels to meters, but the way they do it looks way more complex than how I used to do it in my previous games. But overall, I think this is still pretty interesting, and once I get the hang of it, I think this will be pretty useful for me when I create my games in the future. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 255. We're trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we finished writing 3 systems: the rendering system, the animation system, and the collision system. So yeah, this is still very new to me, and it is still a bit confusing. But I think the gist of it is that these systems are in charge of doing one particular task. So for example, let's take a look at the animation system code, and from it I can see that it's in charge of playing out an animation. As we can see here, we're basically getting the keyframe of the animation and then playing it. And then if we look at the collision system, it's in charge of detecting what type of collisions has occurred. So overall, I think that these systems are here to keep things modular and isolated. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 256 of trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we finished creating 2 more systems, which are the physics debug system that manages the debug renderer, and the physics system, which at the moment only manages the updating the positions of the box 2D bodies of our world. So one thing I'm noticing with the ECS method is how organized it looks. And what I mean by this is when you look at the systems, like for example the physics systems, we can look at the component mappers that we have here to indicate what type of components are going to be dealing with the system. And I think this is really neat, because whereas before I would have to look at the logic and try to understand what the code is going to be doing, by looking at the components I get an understanding of what the system manages very quickly. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 257 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we finished the last system, which was the controller system that manages the state of the player and what to do with the player if the user presses a key on the keyboard. Then we started to refactor the main screen class to integrate our ECS method, which was a bit confusing as the tutorial didn't mention the reasons for some of the changes, so I kind of had to figure stuff out a bit. And yeah, so what we did create in our main screen class is we created a pulled engine object, and I have no idea what it does, but from the look of it, it seems like when we're adding all of our systems into the engine, it seems like the pulled engine is managing the executions of these systems, but that's just my guess. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 258 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we created some methods like create player, create platform, and create floor, where we added and created entities for the required game objects, and also created and added necessary components for each of the game entity. And then after that, we added these entities to the pulled engine, and today I learned that we use the pulled version to better handle the resources and puts less strain on the garbage collection. And so right now this is how the game looks after integrating the entity components, systems, and engines. And yeah, so this is how it looks right now, and I'm amazed like how everything is all put together and just how it all works. So yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 259 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I reviewed a bit more of the entity system that we've made, and from it I think the idea here is to make a component that is in charge of doing one thing and one thing only. So next we need to utilize these components when we create our entities, which we'll need to create systems to process them the way we want. For example, let's take a look at this animation system right here. In here we could see 3 components: texture component, animation component, and state component. This means this system will be processing these components. And lastly, to put it all together, we will use an engine where we add these systems to it, and then we also create entities with their corresponding components and add them to the engine too. The engine will do most of the lifting, and it will call on the update methods for each of these systems that's possible. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, today's day 260 of trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we did something really complicated, which I don't know how it works, but basically we're randomly generating the levels. So if I press new game here, we can see these tiles here, or I mean the platform, but when I rise you can see this extra little platform that was created, and that happens because of the algorithm that the tutorial was showing, where it would generate a platform randomly after reaching a certain height. So yeah, and I just really didn't understand the code for this one, but I think it's alright. So yeah, I'm going to continue tomorrow, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 261 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued on with the tutorial. We had to import a utility code that can create dynamic textures, which is to substitute not having our own textures made like via a sprite editor. Then we started to work on making a platform be springy, which I think means that when the player is on top of this specific springy platform, it will make the player bounce. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 262 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we finished the game mechanics section of this tutorial, and today we updated the level generation code by adding in a springy behavior to some of the platforms, making it so that the player jumps when they are on top of this platform. So then we started adding some new collision code for the player when it collides with an enemy, where if the enemy collides with the player will die. But right now we have no way of testing this, as there's no enemies integrated in the game yet. And also we coded a water system which will be used to affect the player's speed, but again we haven't implemented it yet to the game, so we can't really test that either. So hopefully in the next section we can. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 263 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we started to work on adding enemies to the game, and we created an enemy component which contains the property of isDead and isGoingLeft boolean flags. So I think what's going to happen is we're going to use these to detect if there's a change in state for the enemy. So if it's dead, then we stop rendering or processing the enemy, and then if it's going left, we're just reversing the direction based on the logic that we have. And then after this, we created a system to process these enemy entities. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 264 trying to learn game development in Java. We only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we finished up the enemy system, and now the enemy will be spawned on top of one of these platforms, and they'll be just moving back and forth on the same platform. And then next we started to work on adding the shooting mechanic for the game, but so far it's just the beginning, so there's really nothing to show for it. And yeah, so that pretty much is my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 265 trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we worked on implementing the shooting mechanic for the game, and first we had to add a collision component to the enemy entity so that when the bullet collides with the enemy, we can tell if it collided with a bullet or with something else. Then we started to work on adding a mouse listener so that when the player clicks on the screen, a bullet will be flying towards that direction. And this is where I last left off. We're still creating the method that creates the bullet entities into the game world. So yes, I'm still working out the kinks for this part. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 266. We're trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we continue to work on the shooting mechanic, and as of right now, it kind of works, but I can only shoot one bullet. So I'll show you an example. So if I click anywhere with my mouse, there's this little bullet that follows it. But if I try to click again, nothing comes out. So today I also learned that the order of which we added these systems to our engine matters. And we made the bullet system, which handles the bullet logic, render at the end. And we also added some flags for the bullets and other bodies called isDead to indicate whether to remove them from the box 2D world or remove their entity from the engine. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 267 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today we made the components pullable, and what this means is that any entities with these components that are pullable will be kept in memory so that they can be reused again. And by implementing the pullable interfaces to these components, we will also need to override the reset method, and this method will be executed when the components are needed again. But right now I'm having issues with the code, as we're supposed to be able to shoot more than once. So as you can see there, I shot once, but if I try to click on it again, no bullets are coming out. And I'm thinking that should work since we implemented the pullable interface, but yeah, it's not working, and I'm gonna figure that out tomorrow. So I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, today is day 268. I'm trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to fix the bug I had yesterday where the player could only shoot one bullet. So the way the tutorial has it set up is that there is a delay between each bullet that is shot from the player, and this delay value is stored in a variable, and we also have another variable to keep the timer of when the player last shot. So when the player shoots for the first time like this, like that, the issue is that we don't reset the timer at all. So what I added is a way to decrease the timer by a delta time until the condition of the timer being less than 0 is true and the player can shoot again, like that. So yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 269 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I decided to stop following the current tutorial, and while I do appreciate it for introducing me the Ashley ECS method, the later parts started to get really confusing, introducing things like noises for the map generation, and then parts of the tutorials felt incomplete. So instead, I'm thinking that I'm going to make another game on my own. As to which game that would be, I'm not really sure yet, but I'm thinking of just building something like Snake, Tetris, Block Breakers, just something to reinforce what I've learned so far. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 270 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I decided to work on a new project, that being the Breakout game. And I've done a similar game in the past, but this time I want to use Box 2D and the Ashley ECS method. Here are the features that I've decided to add on my game, as you can see at the top part, and at below is kind of like a blueprint of how the ECS is going to look like. So we have our systems, like the physics system, which handles the ball bouncing, and then for components we have something like the texture component, which gives our entity the ability to have textures. And yeah, so tomorrow I'm going to be looking for assets for the game, and then after that I could start building the prototype. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 271 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I found the basic assets for the game, which include these textures as you can see here, and also some sound effects and some background music. I'm thinking that this will be the last game I build for this journal, because I really want to go all out and try to learn as much as I can, take my time with it, research like game development skills and knowledge, and yeah, like I'm thinking about adding like certain features, like having multiple levels for the paddle, so it increases from smaller to bigger, something like that. And yeah, so tomorrow I'm gonna do more research, and yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 272 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was watching this video, as you can see here, on how to plan a game as a solo developer, as I really want to learn a lot with this current project I'm doing, which is a Breakout game. And the person in the video mentioned that for the prototyping stage, I need to focus on doing and getting something working, and if it's possible for me to do it. Because once I have that done, I can start thinking about polishing and then adding the necessary features to make a fully fledged game. And I think this kind of makes sense considering that I've heard people who participate in like game jams built a fully fledged game from a prototype they made for the game jam. So yeah, tomorrow that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna create the prototype for it or start working on the prototype and see where it goes. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 273 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I packed textures into the project and added the other assets like the sound effects and the music to the project. Then I started to look at the project that I followed in the previous tutorial, and I wanted to kind of plan it the way they did because I really liked the structure they had. They had like a views folder for the screens. I might not call it views. I think a better name for it would be screens, but that's just my preference. And yeah, so I'm going to continue tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, today is day 274 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spending 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I worked on the screen manager class that is in charge of managing the different screens for this game. Those screens include a loading screen, menu screen, main screen, settings screen, and an end screen. So normally I would use the same screen manager from my previous games, but I wanted to adopt a new style from the last tutorial that I followed, which followed the singleton pattern of creating scenes. And what this basically means is that there can only be one instance that exists for each screen throughout the run of the game. And right now I'm just focusing on getting a loading screen to work, and it's just going to be really simple. It's just going to be a loading bar as opposed to adding textures like we did in the tutorial. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 275 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continued to work on the loading screen, and the part I worked on today was creating an asset manager class that we'll be using to load in our assets. So this is very important for our loading screen class because we will utilize this asset manager to let our loading screen know how much of the game has been loaded. Also, I chose this Minecraft skin for the UI just for fun, and I just want to see how it'll turn out with our game. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 276 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I'm still working on the loading screen, and instead of a progress bar, I'm just going to make it simpler. And instead, we're just going to use a text that says loading, and then I'm just going to make it appear either in the center or in the bottom right of the screen. And it's going to, the ellipses or the dots are going to be changing, so it's going to go like 1 dot, 2 dot, 3 dot to show that at least something's moving and something is happening, and just to give some visual feedback to the user. And right now I'm in the process of just creating the label, and then also I chose this font as you can see here for the game, and I believe that it matches the theme of our assets pretty well. Well, and if anything, I'll just leave them as placeholders. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 277 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spending 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was working on this bug where the font that I wanted to use wasn't loading in properly with our asset manager. And I was able to find this solution where we call on the setLoader method from the asset manager class. And then we pass in this parameter here. I don't quite get it, but I'm just going to accept it as it is. And then another thing we had to do was create a font parameter, and we had to declare the size of the font beforehand. And yeah, so if I want to have varying sizes other than 22 pixels, it seems like I would need to create a different font parameter and just provide a different size, and then also change the name. And yeah, so everything seems to be working. Like when it loads pretty well, but the loading text that I declared in the loading screen doesn't appear. So I'm gonna take some time figuring that out tomorrow. So I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, today is day 278 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I was able to solve my issue from yesterday where the loading text wasn't loading, and it was because I forgot to add it to my stage. Yeah. So next I started to figure out how the logic of how I want to update the loading text to change its dots to indicate some sort of loading happening. And I decided to create a state timer for the loading and update the label after a certain time period. And for updating the text, I use this very messy logic, as you can see with these lines of code here, where I got the length of the text and compared it to a certain value, and I would update the dots depending on the length of text. I don't like how it turns out, but it does work. So let's run this app and see how it looks. And this is how it looks so far. Don't mind the squares, it's just debugging. And yeah, I think it looks pretty neat. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 279 of trying to learn game development Java. We only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I continue to work on the loading screen, and my main focus today was to queue up the remaining assets, as in the texture, skin, and sound effects. And once they were all done loading, it would change screen to the menu screen. And it does work, so let me show you real quick. And it does it really fast, but there's like this issue where the loading label's like flickering. And right now we're in the menu screen. That's why the whole screen is empty or blank, because there's nothing in the menu screen. So tomorrow I'm going to spend time trying to figure out how to prevent that flickering with the loading label. And yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 280 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I fixed the issue on why the loading text was flickering, and what I had to do was basically move the method that was handling the logic of updating the loading text outside of this conditional logic. And from observation, it seems like it's returning, this update method is returning false, which skips the updating of the text part because it was still within this conditional logic. So let me show you guys how it looks. And yeah, so I had to do like a fake timer because the loading happens really fast, so you wouldn't be able to see it basically. And I also, if you notice, I made the text bigger, and then I also turned the debugging off, which is those squares that you would see randomly. And yeah, so tomorrow I'll continue on planning on the menu screen, and yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, today is day 281 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I started to work on the menu screen, and this is how it looks like so far. So let's run the app, and it's going to have the loading animation, and then once that's done, the menu screen will pop up. So I did notice a weird issue where if I start the game in full screen, the UI becomes really small. So let me demonstrate to you that now. So I'm going to rerun the app, and I'm going to make it full screen, and then once it's loaded, it becomes small. So I don't really understand why it does this, so I might spend time tomorrow trying to figure it out. So that'll pretty much end my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 282 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I focused on trying to fix that UI issue I had from yesterday, and to make the UI consistent, what I had to do was I created a viewport, and then I set that viewport to the stage where all the UI is located in. And then in the resize method of my screen class, I had to call on the update method of the viewport to resize to the newly adjusted width and height value. I'm going to demonstrate that real quick. So if I try to change the size, the UI adjusts to it so that it fits the whole screen no matter what, like this. And I think it turned out pretty well. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 283 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I added an input listener to my menu screen, so now I can interact with all of the buttons on my screen. And right now my main goal, or my next step, or yeah, my next goal is to work on the settings screen. So right now we can click on the settings screen, but there's really nothing there. So in the future I'll want to display the settings for the music and sound effects. And today I also spent time learning about preferences in LibGDX, which will help me with getting the settings to work. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, this is day 284, trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I spent time creating the UI for the settings screen. So if we go to the settings screen, we're taken to this screen where we can adjust the sliders for both the music and the sound volume. And I still need to add some components like the checkboxes to toggle the music and sound effects. And also I realized that I needed to add a back button to return us back to the menu screen. And today I also finished setting up the preferences class, which is used to update the settings of the game. And any updates to the setting affects a file that is located under this path, depending on your OS. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 285 of trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I ran into an issue where the checkbox is not showing up, and it's also causing my game to crash when I go to the settings screen. I've looked into it, and it seems like the problem has to do with the skin that I'm using, which is the Minecraft skin that you saw with my buttons. And it seems like this particular skin does not support checkboxes. So I'll need to figure out what to do tomorrow, maybe see if I can add in a checkbox for it. But worst case scenario, I'll just have to use a different skin. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 286 of trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I tried to fix that issue I had with not being able to implement a checkbox because of the skin not having its own version of it. And the solution I came up with was to use a button instead that was supported with the skin, but now I just had to create a custom logic to make it act like a checkbox. In this case, it just needs to be able to toggle on and off. So right now, if we go to settings, we have this enabled button. If we click on it, it goes to disabled, but if we try to click on it again, nothing happens. And what I want to happen is if we click on disabled, it should enable the button again. So I need to figure that out tomorrow, and yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 287 of trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I fixed that issue with the button. So now if we go to our settings, we could toggle the enable disable button, and this goes for the sound effects too. And I also added a back button, which when clicked takes us back to the menu screen. And the last thing I worked on was adding the logic that would save our settings. So for example, if we move these sliders around like right here, there, let's just enable this, disable that, and go back. And if we go to the settings again, the settings remained intact. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 288 of trying to learn game development in Java, where I only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So after finishing the settings screen, I think it's time to work on the game. But today I didn't really spend much time coding, rather I've been spending more time thinking about how the level system will work. Currently I'm thinking about creating a class that will manage like rendering these levels, and then I do plan on using the tiled software to create each level, and then in the level system class, I guess, it'd be managing the different map files. And yeah, so that's what I'm currently thinking, but I'm gonna spend more time thinking about it tomorrow. So yeah, that's pretty much what I did today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 289 of trying to learn game development in Java. We're only spending 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I decided a way to handle the level logic, and it might be a bit convoluted, but I was thinking of creating a level manager class that will manage the levels, and then a level loader class that will render each level. And next I started to create a prototype level on the tiled software to test on, but I'm currently running into issues with the software as the sprites aren't being inputted correctly, and some of the sprite gets cut off. So I'm gonna spend time tomorrow learning more about the tiled software. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 291 of trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I started to think about making levels, and here is a potential design for level 1, as you can see. But then I started to realize that maybe instead of trying to create the levels now, like all at once, I'm just going to create a test level so that I can start working on the systems and components. And then once I'm done with that, then I can start making my levels. So yeah, tomorrow I'm going to start, well, I think I need to create a test level first, but then after that, start working on the systems. So yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I started to think about how I wanted to set up the code for the level, and I wanted to do it while thinking about implementing ECS Ashley. I don't want to get too caught up trying to make it perfect, as I'm still new to this, So even if I don't like the way the project structure turns out, I can always either refactor it or learn from it and do it differently next time. And as a reminder for myself, how the ECS works is that we will basically create an entity, which is part of the Ashley library that I'm using, and I'll create components that describe the specific behavior of this entity, then create a system that manages these components of the entity. So right now I only have one component, which is the box2D component, which gives our entity a box2D body. In this case, right now I just want to focus on loading in the blocks box2D body from the test level I created from the tiled software. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, today is day 293 of trying to learn game development in Java. We'll only spend 15 minutes a day for a whole year. So today I decided what components and systems I wanted to include in my game, and you can see them here. So we have the animation component, which handles the animations, collision component that handles the collisions, player component, which gives our entity the ability to be a player, and we'll have to figure out what that means later on. And then other components here, and then we have systems. We have the animation system, which processes an entity's animation component. So depending on how that entity's animation component is works, it's going to process it for the player. And then these other systems too, but most of them haven't been implemented, but they will over time. And right now my goal is just to load in the text map that I made through tiled on the screen, and I'm still working on it. So so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I continue to work on getting the map to load up, and the idea is that I'll have a level manager storing all of the paths to the level files, and then I'll have a method called load level, which is we're gonna pass in a level object, which is like an enum to specify what level we want to load in. And then we have another method called render level, which will call on the render method of a custom class to render in the map file onto the game. There's still a few things I'm missing, as nothing is showing up when we start the game. So I'm going to continue working on it tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I managed to figure out how to load the level, as you can see on the screen. And I basically needed to set the view of the map renderer to our viewport. And what this means, I think, is that basically we need to sync where the map was loading into our view/screen. So next, I'm gonna see if I can start building the box2D components and display them on the screen with a debugger. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I started to work on the physics system and the physics debug system. And the physics system, what it will do is that it'll be in charge of handling the logic for updating the entities, box2D bodies, and their transform, which is their position. And then the physics debug system will manage the rendering of all of the entities of our game. And this is basically just going to be used for testing purposes. So when I'm playing the game, I could see what's happening and I could debug, I guess, for lack of better terms. Some things I did learn today is the class that we're using for the system called the iterating system, which our systems inherit from. And the idea of the iterating system is a system that iterates through a list of entities and processes them through an overridden method called process entity. And so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I was planning on continuing to work on the physics system, or the debug physics system, so I could see how everything is working in the box2D world, until I noticed this bug on the main screen. So when you notice those three buttons, and when I click on start, it takes us to the main screen, which is what this is. But before I fixed the solution, but before I would click on start game, and if I click here again, it would pretend that I clicked on the start game button again. And to fix this, a quick fix to this was that I just set the input processor to null when changing screens from the menu screen to this screen. Also, as an update, I've set up a GitHub a repo for all my LibGDX projects that you can check out in my channel, and I'll update them as soon as I can. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. So today I continued to work on the physics debugging system, And what's supposed to happen here is that when we're supposed to be seeing like rectangles surrounding each texture or block texture, but I'm currently struggling to get it to work properly. But I do have an idea that I want to try out tomorrow, and we'll see how things go. Then I also started to work on the rendering system, which will be in charge of rendering the textures of the game. Um, right now, you can already see texture, but in the future, I'm not going to make it like this. Instead, I'll supply like a boxy body, some sort of metadata of the texture I want to load on it. And then in the code, I'll read this metadata and then load in the proper texture depending on what that metadata is. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I continue to work on displaying the box 2D bodies on the test map file. I created a new class called Body Factory, which will be in charge of rendering in the box 2D bodies, or in other words, hitboxes. And in the Body Factory class, I created an enum called block type, just so that I can control what type of block it will be. In this case, I've decided to include blocks that can be destroyed with 1 hit, 2 hit, or they're unbreakable, and they're pass through, which means the block, like upon contact, will just pass through the block if it has this identification, I guess. Tomorrow I do hope to finish this part so that we can start seeing the hitboxes of the block. And again, you can see all of these updates on my GitHub that I push to the repository every day. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I continue to work on adding the box 2D bodies, but I'm still not able to get it right. Currently, the way I'm trying to do it is referencing the tiled map and then iterating through all of the objects in the object layer and then creating those objects based on the type of object they are, as in like a rectangle object, triangle object, and etc. And yeah, I'm not sure why it isn't working. I tried debugging to see if the loop might be incorrect, and it seems like it is, because when I try to get the number of objects from the object layer, it says it's returning 0, but I made sure to include at least 3 objects, but it's not recognizing it for some odd reason. And then I also decided to look back at the project I did before, and they were following the ECS method, so maybe I'd like to try that out tomorrow to see if that would work. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I managed to figure out the issue I was having yesterday with the missing objects in the object layer of the tiled map file. And it turns out the file that I was editing in the software was actually from a different project. So when I was updating there, it wasn't updating with the level file that I was using for this project. Yeah, I feel really stupid now. But we got something to appear now. So if we start the game, you can see these blocks. They're a little bit offset, and I'm gonna fix it tomorrow. But yeah, this is what I had in mind when I was talking about like showing the hitboxes or whatever. And yeah, so instead of I'm still thinking of using the ECS method, but yeah, I'm gonna still have to do more research on that. So yeah, that pretty much is my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I was able to center the box 2D bodies 2D texture. As you can see here, the box 2D bodies perfectly wraps around the texture, each block texture. And the reason it does this is because box 2D renders positions based on the center of the object, whereas LibGDX renders positions from the bottom left. So what I had to do was adjust the position of the box 2D bodies by adding a width divided by 2, or the half of the width and the half of the height. And then next I started to implement the ECS method by creating an entity and then adding in the necessary components to the entity, such as for in this case I want the block to have a box 2D body, a texture, and a collision component and a type. And I might add more components later on once I get a better idea, but yeah, so I'm going to continue working on it tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, today I started to focus on rendering the player, or in this case the paddle of the game, and I was looking into the previous project and how they were utilizing this and how they had a player component. And what that means is that there are particular systems that the previous tutorial did, and it was like listening to keyboard inputs, and basically in that system they were only processing entities that had a component that a player has. So in this case, the player component. So if the entity had a player component, it would process the keyboard or the input presses. And I thought that was pretty interesting. Then I started to work on the method that would render the player, and here where I chose which components the player should have. So like the B2D body component should have a hitbox rendered in the game world, and then texture component for its texture and so forth. Well, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I continue to focus on getting the player to render, and so far I was able to get the box 2D body to be rendered, and I relearned that for the body to show up in the game world, not only do you create the box 2D body, but you also have to apply a fixture to it with the shape that you want. In this case, I created a rectangle shape. And next I'm gonna start working on the input system so that we could start controlling the player object. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I started to work on the player input, and what I first had to do was create a controller class that will implement the input processor, which has all of the methods we need to control our player. Then I created the control system, which processes the controller, and then what I hope to do is for it to update the player's box 2D body depending on the key press. I haven't implemented it yet, but maybe tomorrow. Currently, I'm thinking of giving the user the option to choose between either a mouse or keyboard as a controller, but I'll have to see if I can do it. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I focused on adding the user input, and last time we set up the key input listeners. Now it's time to update the control system such that we update the player's box 2D body when we press left or right. And I had some issues getting this to work, but for it to move, I first had to make sure that the player entity that gets created is added to the engine, or else the control system won't be able to find this entity and won't be able to update the box 2D body. And the other thing I had to do is make sure that the physics body of the player had to either be dynamic or kinematic. It can't be static. And since I don't want physics to be affecting the player, since I wanted to keep it where it's at, I set it to kinematic so that we can move it. So now we can move the pedal. So I press left or right, it moves like this. Doesn't work the way I want it to, but I'm gonna fix that tomorrow. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I decided not to work on the mouse controls and instead work on limiting the paddle's movement off screen. So what I mean by that is if the paddle goes to the left or all the way to the right, it can't. I'm gonna try to prevent it from going off screen basically. And I'm still working out the logic. What I was thinking of getting the position of the paddle and then subtracting or adding that value with the half of the width of the paddle, and see if it reaches either 0 for the left to prevent it from going on the left side, and then check to see if it's greater than the virtual width, which is 8, on the right side. But currently the logic isn't working, so I'm gonna continue fine-tuning it and see what I can do. And then that ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I fixed the logic for when the paddle tries to go off screen. So if we go to the left, it prevents the player from going to the left. If we go to the right, it prevents the player from going to the right. And what I did to calculate this was to calculate the current position, and depending on which side the player was going to, it would add or subtract the half of the width of the paddle and some padding to prevent the player from going off screen. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I started to work on adding the player's texture, and at first I wasn't sure how to do this as this wasn't in the tutorial that I followed last time, but I figured out that when creating the player entity, we added in a texture component. The texture component class that we made is capable of storing the texture information. Then in our rendering system, we will be processing the entity's texture component, which is whatever we set it to be during the creation of the entity. So this leads me to another problem, as I think the current sprite sheet that I'm using needs to be cut up into separate pieces for me to access them properly through code. So that's what my focus is going to be tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I finished cutting up the sprite sheets into their corresponding sheets, i.e. a ball sheet, block sheet, and a pedal sheet. And I did this mainly for organization and ease of access when I'm trying to locate specific sprites. And then after that, I started to work on the code that would start rendering these sprites. But I'm still working on it, and I can't really show much for now. So that'll be my main focus for tomorrow as well. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I focused on trying to get the paddle sprite to load on the player's boxy body, and this is what we have right now. As you can see, it is rendered on the screen, but the position is still not correct. So how I got it to render is by updating the player's texture component to store in the paddle sprite from the texture atlas that I worked on yesterday. Then in the rendering system, where it processes the entities with the texture components, I had to call on the draw method from the sprite batch to draw the texture of each entity. In this case, that's what happened here. It drew the paddle, which is an entity in our world. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I managed to get the paddle sprite to load in properly. As you can see here, it's scaled down and it fits exactly where the boxy body is supposed to be. But there seems to be a small issue where the paddle, if I'm moving the boxy body like really fast like this, you can see the sprite kind of being delayed a bit. It's kind of like moving within the boxy body, and it's like going to the left or going to the right when I want it to be like one-to-one on the boxy body. It might not be a big deal, but I want to see if I can fix this, so that'll be my focus for tomorrow. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I was working on the issue of why the paddle sprite seems to be a bit delayed in terms of rendering the sprite compared to the actual location of the boxy body, as you can see here. And I'm thinking it might be because I'm drawing the sprite in the process entity method, whereas I think I'm supposed to be calling it in the update method. And I'm not exactly sure how the lifecycle works for this framework, because I know like Unity has its own like little life cycle that it goes through, but I do know that the update method gets called more possibly than the process entity method, which might fix this issue I'm having. So I'm going to be working on implementing a solution for that tomorrow. So I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I continued to solve the small bug I was having where the paddle sprite was rendering a bit delayed from the boxy body's position. And the previous idea I had from yesterday, it didn't work, and it didn't seem like it mattered much if I called it either in the process entity or the update method. And it seems like the issue lies within the physics system, updating the transform's component position values to the box2d values being a bit delayed. And what I did differently today is it's a bit better. As you can see, it's less moving. It's still moving, which is an issue, but what I did differently was, instead of waiting for the transform component to update, I'm using the boxy's body's position directly, and this makes me think if the transform component is necessary for this project or not. And yeah, so I might fix this later in a different time. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, so today I started to work on adding the ball, and you can kind of see it here, this little circle thing right here I'm pointing at right now. And what I was thinking of how it should work in the beginning is that the ball should be attached to the pedal until a specific action is performed, like pressing space or clicking on the mouse. Then I started to wonder, like randomly, I started to wonder how game developers like reuse their code, because like always, like every time I start a new project, it just feels like it takes a lot of time to build from the ground up. And like I was thinking like, oh, they probably should like reuse their code or something like that. And I'm gonna do more research on this, but I guess I'll do it after this challenge is over, when I could spend more time than 15 minutes a day and on my own pace too. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I fixed the sprite of the ball, so now the sprite of the ball is rendered on top of the ball's box2d body, as you can see here. And then next I start to think about how the ball is going to start moving with the world. And what I was thinking was to create a separate component that would describe the properties of the ball. And these properties include like the velocity, whether it's dead or not, or basically if it dies, I guess, like if the ball goes through the ground or something like that. And then I'll have to create a system which processes this specific component, and I'm thinking this should make it so that the ball's physics is being updated. and I'm still working on it, so that'll be my main focus for tomorrow. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. So today I was able to create the ball component and the system to handle the ball's movement. And how it works, as you can see here, it's rising up. So how it works is that when in the ball component class that we've made, is that there's a velocity property, and in the ball system, it takes this velocity into account and sets the linear velocity of the boxy body to this value that we've set. So yeah, so next I'm gonna see if I can make it so that if it hits either the top, left, or right side of the screens, the ball's direction will be reversed. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I got the ball to reverse its direction when it hits the sides of the screen. So let's take a look at it right now. So when we start the game, we can see the ball bouncing, and how it works is that I make sure to check if the current position of the ball, plus or minus the radius depending on which side I'm checking, reaches a specific side. If so, then I reverse the velocity of the ball. And don't mind the ball bouncing at the bottom, I just mainly added that so I could display the ball bouncing. And I'm gonna remove this in the final stage of the game. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I started to work on the collision system, and I was a bit confused whether to have one collision system that handles everything or have a separate one that's for the paddle and the ball. And the main reason is because that I thought of this is because in the previous tutorial I did, which is what I'm referencing for the most part for this project, only utilized one collision system, but it only considered the player and nothing else. And in my case, I had the player and the ball to consider, which is why I'm considering on creating multiple collision systems just for the ball and paddle. But in the end of this session, I realized that maybe I should just try using one system for now, and if it isn't possible, then I'll try using multiple. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I continued to work on the collision system, and I was made aware that it might be better just to stick with one collision system, as we only need to consider the ball's collisions rather than the ball and the paddle. And right now I have the collision system set up, but I realized that I still needed to add a contact listener to the Box 2D world so that it knows, because the contact listener is what is used to let our Box 2D body know which bodies collided. And yeah, so I'm going to continue working on that tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I continued to work on the collision, and I was having some issues where the collisions weren't being registered. So I did some research, and it seems like one solution is to make the ball have a dynamic body type instead of kinematic, which is what I originally set it into before making the change. And I believe the way it works is that Box 2D doesn't trigger collision events if both collided objects are kinematic type. And I think there is a workaround this where you add sensors to them, but I haven't tried this out yet, and maybe I'll try it out tomorrow to see if that works or not. But as you can see here, if I put the paddle in front of the ball, there is some collision being registered. So yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I tried seeing if I can just make the fixtures into sensors to trigger the collision events, but that didn't seem to work. So this makes me think that we have to set the body type to be dynamic in order for us to trigger the collision events. But I can be mistaken about this. It's just something I figured out since the sensor didn't work. So next I started to work on the collision logic for when the ball collides with the paddle, but there is this issue where if the ball collides with the block, it breaks the game. So let me show you real quick. So once it hits the block, the game will automatically terminate, and I'm not exactly sure why, but I'm gonna spend time trying to fix this tomorrow. So I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I solved that issue I was having yesterday, and it was because I forgot to add the necessary components to the entity, and because of that it was treating some values null, and because it was null, the program broke. And then I continue to work on the collision logic for when the ball collides with the paddle. And what I want to happen is that if the ball hits a certain size of paddle, so for example, if it hits the left side of the paddle, like right here, like a certain area of it, then I want the ball to go to that direction, which is left. And for example, if it's the right, oh, I want it to go to the right. And yeah, so I'm still working out the logic for this, and I'm going to continue focusing on this tomorrow. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I continue to work on the collision logic for the paddle and the ball, and it's still a work in progress because right now the ball is behaving very strangely when it collides with the paddle. Let me show you real quick. So yeah, it's like resisting the bounce that I set it off as. And the way it works is that when the ball collides with the paddle, the y velocity is reversed, and then for the x velocity we calculate a random angle depending on which side the ball hits the paddle. And yeah, so I just did this so I could randomize the direction a little bit, just for, I guess, for fun. And yes, I'm going to keep working on this till tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I continue to work on the collision logic, but I was still not able to figure out what the issue is. So if download the issue, if it contacts the paddle, it does this weird bouncing, which isn't what I had in mind. And I did notice though from debugging is that the linear velocity goes to 0 at times, which is a bit confusing as I don't think the code should do that. So tomorrow my focus will be to figure out an alternative way to perform the bouncing functionality and see where it goes from there. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I figured out what the issue was on why the ball was acting very strange. For one thing, it was because I was processing the collision system before the ball system. And here in the ball system, that's where I'm updating the direction of where the ball should go. And in the collision system, that's where I set the direction. So if I update the direction after setting it, it was giving, that was the reason why it was giving me weird results. And another reason that what I needed to do was I needed to add a can bounce flag, as the bounce method that I created made it such that it gets executed during each world update, and it was always reversing the y direction, which is causing that little bouncing of the ball. So now it works just as intended. It is a bit slow, so I'm gonna figure that out tomorrow, but I'm glad that I was able to figure it out. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I continue to work on increasing the speed of the ball, and my first idea was to multiply the x and y values of the direction with the velocity or with the speed value. But the issue is that the way I have things set up is that when I set the velocity, that's also the direction too, so it's also affecting the direction. And yes, if I multiply it by a speed value, the direction also changes, which I don't want. So for here, you can see what's happening here. And then if I go to the left, before the angles were a little bit more on this side, but because of the multiplied speed, the value of the direction is higher, and it'll only go up to like up here, which yeah, I don't want. So I'm gonna spend more time on it tomorrow, and yes, I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I continued to work on the issue I was having yesterday where increasing the ball's speed made it so that the ball's direction isn't where I wanted them to go, let's just say. And today I looked online for some ideas, and the one I found was using vector mathematics, where we normalize the new direction and then scale it with the speed value. But after trying it today, it still isn't what I want, so let's take a look at it. So right now I have the ball set to speed 10, which is pretty fast. So if it hits this part of the paddle, it should go at like this angle, which is fine. But now if we try to hit it again at the same spot, like I'm trying to get it like that, instead of going at that angle where I wanted to, it only goes straight up. So yeah, so tomorrow I'm gonna continue working on it, and yeah, I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I tried to see if I can add or apply a linear impulse to the ball, but I didn't get enough time to properly implement it. And from what I heard and from what I've seen, it might be better to do this in the first place because it makes the physics more real, and it kind of explains some of the weird behaviors that I've encountered when I was testing the game. Because if I made the paddle hit the ball at a certain angle, the ball will act like it's gravitating around the paddle for a bit, and then the velocity would still be the same. And I imagine applying an impulse would make it more reactive in terms of real time, I guess. And yes, I'm going to continue looking this up tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I got something to work where I can make the ball have a constant speed while changing angles. So the solution was to normalize the velocity vector and then scale it with the speed value, and then afterwards set the angle of the velocity vector to the calculated angle. I didn't know that the vector class had a set angle method, which helped quite a bit for this problem that I was facing. But now the problem is that at the moment I found the solution, I started to encounter weird bugs. For example, when the ball gets hit on the side of the paddle, instead of reacting to it like what you'd expect it to, it kind of just moves from the paddle and then still follows the same trajectory. And then there's also like small bugs like that happens as well. So now this made me think that what I'm doing might be incorrect, and I should be applying a force to a ball as opposed to setting the velocity. I'm going to spend time tomorrow refactoring the code a bit to make it work. So I'm going to continue working on that tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I updated the logic of the ball collision where instead of setting the linear velocity upon collision, it applies a linear impulse. And the main reason why I shifted to this is because I was facing this weird issue where if I hit the ball from the side, it would kind of gravitate around the ball and kind of stick to its own trajectory. Whereas now, where we apply a linear impulse, it makes the collision look more natural. And yeah, so also I'm facing this weird bug where it doesn't happen all the time, but when sometimes the ball goes out of the screen, and I don't quite get why it does that, because I'm pretty sure like the logic behind it is pretty solid, but I'm gonna spend time on it later because it's not really that important for now, and I'm gonna focus more on rendering the blocks and then adding their collision logic with the ball. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I focused on making it so that the textures of the blocks are rendered dynamically based on a metadata that I added from the tiled software. And the custom property is named color, and it will contain a string type, or it's going to contain a string of the color that the block is going to be. And in the code, I check to see what color it is, and then I load the corresponding texture. Right now it isn't working, as you can see here. I removed the preloaded texture for the T just to test it out, but as you can see that the textures isn't loading properly yet. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I fixed the issue I was having with rendering the blocks dynamically through a custom property that I added from the tiled software. And the issue was, in the rendering system, I was only processing entities with the transform component and texture component, which both the ball and paddle have. So I was able to process their textures safely. But it doesn't do it for the block entities because it doesn't have a transform component. So in the rendering system, I switched the transform component to the box to the body component. And now my rendering system processes the block's textures, as you can see here. I've also tested it with the purple and yellow colors, as you can see here. And yeah, I think it looks pretty neat. And so my next steps will be to work on the collision logic when the ball collides with the block. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I was continuing to work on figuring out how to create the logic for when the ball collides with the block. And I wanted it in a way where the ball bounces away from the block depending on which side it hits. So this means that if the ball, like let's say, hits the left side of the block, like from this angle, I want it to bounce to the left. And then if the ball hits the top part of the block, I want it to bounce towards the top, and so forth for the right and the bottom as well. And I guess I got kind of stuck because I thought it would be simpler, and I kind of wasted a bit of time today trying to brute force a solution. So yeah, so tomorrow I'm gonna try to plan out the logic better, and I'm going to continue working on it tomorrow. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hello, so today I continue to work on the collision logic for the ball and block, and what I came up with to check which side of the ball made contact with the block is by using their positions and their size values. So for example, if I wanted to check to see if the ball hit the left side of the block, I would make sure to check the x position of the ball is less than or equal to the x position of the block minus the block's width divided by 2. And it seems to work fine, as you can see in the terminal. And yeah, so now the next steps is to make the ball bounce depending on the side it hits. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I continue to work on the collision logic for the ball and block, and I'm currently having issues getting this to work right, as the ball seems to have a mind of its own. Like for example, when I want it to bounce to the left, it does bounce it, but it's because of the way I set up the velocity, it goes back to the trajectory of the velocity, since I think it treats the impulse, force, and velocity separate. So even though we apply the force to the ball, the set velocity makes it so that it sticks to that trajectory. And I had this issue with the paddle and ball collision before, so I just got to figure out how to handle it here. And I'm thinking that I need to change it to impulse instead of setting a velocity. So yeah, I'm gonna try to figure it out tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I started focusing on redesigning my game logic for the ball and how it should move and behave upon collisions. So instead of setting a velocity upon collisions, which I found out feels very artificial, I'm gonna apply a linear impulse to them to make them feel more natural. And what I'm thinking is that first I'll give it an initial velocity to get the ball moving, then when any collisions occur, I'll apply an impulse force that'll put them in the direction I want. And I also have to think about how to limit the speed of the ball, as if we keep applying a linear impulse force to it, it will reach crazy amounts of speed, which I don't want. So yes, I'll need to figure all of this out, or I need to figure it out next time. So I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today there really isn't much of an update, as I'm still working on changing my collision system from setting a linear velocity to the ball when it collides with a game object to applying an impulse force to it. And I did this to make the ball bounce more naturally in the game. And I'm currently running into some issues where the ball is getting an incredible amount of speeds after certain collisions, and I'm not exactly sure why, but I'm thinking it has something to do with the impulse forces that are being added to the ball. So next time I'll be focusing on this. I'll continue to focus on this and hopefully build something that makes the ball bounce the way I want it to. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I was able to make a bit of progress changing up my collision system to make it more reactive to forces, setting up a velocity for the ball. And shout out to Bender-YY5ZW for giving me the idea of resetting the velocity before applying the forces to prevent the ball's velocity from reaching crazy values. So let me show you guys real quick. So right now it's working fine. It seems to be bouncing pretty nice, but yeah, so that's an issue I'm currently facing when the ball collides with a paddle. When it touches the screen, instead of reversing its direction like you just saw in the beginning, it passes through. So I'm not really sure why it's doing that. So I'm gonna spend time tomorrow fixing it. So I'll see you guys then. Bye. Oh, so I still couldn't figure out the solution as to why the ball randomly leaves the screen after colliding with the paddle. And today I did spend quite a bit of time debugging, but I still couldn't get a solid ground as to why this issue is happening in the first place, because if the ball doesn't collide with the paddle, it bounces just fine. And let me show you real quick. So I'm not gonna collide the ball with the paddle, and I'm just gonna let it be, and it's bouncing normally. But once it collides with the paddle, like let's make it sure here, it looks like it's bouncing fine, but then it just wiggles out of the screen, which I don't quite understand, because the logic for when the ball collides with the paddle is all it's doing is basically applying a linear force. And I don't think that should be the issue here. So I'm going to continue working on it tomorrow, and I'll see you guys there. Bye. Hello, so today I continued to work on that issue I was having yesterday regarding the ball randomly leaving the screen after a few bounces. And today I decided to ask Claude for assistance. Claude is an LLM, and it told me that it could be because when I applied an impulse to reverse the ball's direction, I didn't take into account of the ball's current velocity, and also that the ball might be moving too fast that it passes the physics step, making it pass the screen before we can even determine if the ball should reverse its direction or not. I don't quite understand the code it gave to me, or I don't quite understand the code that it gave me, so I'll be spending time tomorrow trying to figure it out. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I looked at the code and tried to understand what the code that Claude gave me, and this is how it looks like. It might be hard for you guys to see, but basically the one that's important is this impulse calculation. And also note that we're getting the linear velocity. And basically this equation here follows the mass times the change in velocity. In this case, the mass doesn't matter too much because I assume the default value is 1 and it's relative to other game objects in the world, but I'm not planning on using this for the game, so I'm not going to be messing with the mass for any objects. So once we calculate the impulse force, we apply it to the only axis, or reply only to the axis that we want, and then we also multiply by a -2 because when we apply a force, it adds to the current velocity, and we need the value to be 2 times greater to reverse the value. And so yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so since we finally fixed our system to make it more reactive to forces, I continue to work on the collision logic of the ball and block. And I made it such that if the ball collides with a specific side of the block, it will choose a random angle for that side and then bounce in that direction. I also made the speed match the current speed of the ball to keep things more consistent, but now I'm getting a different issue where if the ball collides with the block multiple times, it will activate the bounce logic, and it'll bounce the ball multiple times when it's not supposed to. And I'm thinking the main reason it does this is because the logic to check for the ball and block collision is true for multiple instances in time because code execution just happens so fast. So what I'm thinking of doing is adding flags, but I'm not sure where to add them just yet. So I'm going to continue working on this tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I added the flags in the collision component so that I wouldn't have that issue of registering multiple collisions for one instance. And it mostly works, as you can see here, but there are times when it doesn't, and I'm assuming this happens because of the way the systems are set up, and that the certain systems are being processed first before the flags are updated properly. But I'm not exactly sure, so I'm gonna continue researching it tomorrow. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I managed to fix that issue I was having where the ball's collision logic with the block would not work all the time. So what I did before is that I would check if the ball would hit either the left, right, top, or down sides of the block, and I would use else ifs. This means that if it will only register one side of the collision at all times. But what happens if the ball hits a corner, technically hitting 2 sides? And I think this is where the problem lies. So after separating the checks to checking the left, right side, and then after that checking the top down collisions, it seems to be working as intended. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of that. And next I'm going to be working on destroying the blocks once the ball and block collide. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I worked on destroying the blocks upon collision with the ball, and I kind of struggled a bit with this because in my physics system I forgot to remove the transform component requirement when retrieving all of the entities, and because of this the block entities weren't being registered because it didn't have a transform component. So I learned that the components I added as the requirements made it so that it only processes entities that have all of those requirements, not just one. And yeah, so now it works, but let me show you real quick. If I press start game and it deletes the block, the game crashes. And I faced a similar issue to this before in the past, and I believe the reason it does this is because we're deleting the Box2D body immediately, whereas I'm supposed to be deleting it when the game thinks it's possible. So yeah, I'm gonna continue working on it tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I managed to figure out the issue I was having yesterday where the game would crash after deleting the block. And what I needed to do was create a set to destroy boolean flag, which I set to true once the ball and block collide. Then in the physics system, I check for any B2 bodies that have the set to destroy flag to true, and then add it to an array, which is going to be processed after calling the world.step, where it does its physics calculations. So after it finishes the physics calculations, that is when I destroy all the bodies that were added to the array. Note that I only do this for B2 bodies that are set to destroy and have not been destroyed yet. So once the body has been added to the array to be removed, I update the isDead flag to true to prevent the already deleted B2 body from being deleted again, or else it would cause the game to crash. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I decided to work on making the ball's initial state to be attached to the paddle until the user presses the space key, which will provide an initial velocity to get the ball moving. And I was planning on how I'm supposed to do this, and I decided that I need to create another component which has an entity property that I can store the paddle entity in. Then I create a system that manages this initial state, and I think it should work, but I'll have to figure that out tomorrow, so I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I created the attached component, as you can see here, where it has the attached component property and a method that we'll use to set the attached component. I added this component to the player entity, and I did have to move some stuff around with the code to be able to access the ball entity and assign it to the paddle's attached entity property. I haven't gotten it to work properly just yet, as I'm still deciding how to do this properly, either putting this code in the player control system or make a separate system to manage this. Right now I'm leaning on the latter, but I'm not entirely sure yet, so I'm going to be thinking more about it tomorrow. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I continue to work on the attachment system, and I've decided that I will create an attachment system to handle updating the attached entity, the position to the main entity. But I'll add the code where the user presses space to let go of the ball in the player control system, so I'm going to utilize both systems. That might not be a good idea, but I think for this time I'm going to allow it. So today I was able to implement the logic for when the user presses the space key to let go of the ball. So let me show you real quick. So if I press the space key, the ball will start bouncing like so. I'll give it initial velocity, which will allow it to start moving. And yeah, so next I'm going to create the attachment system, which will handle the logic of updating the ball's position to match the paddle's position. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I worked on creating the attached system, which will manage updating the attached entity's position with the main entity. And this one was relatively simple to implement, but I'm proud of how it turned out. So now the ball will follow the paddle's position like this, and then until the user presses space, which will let go of the ball like that. And yeah, I really like how it turned out. So now the next thing I'm going to work on is implementing a HUD, or heads-up display, and or a score system. I'm thinking of creating a score component which will just hold the value of the score when the object collides with the ball, and this score will be random within a certain range. That's what I'm thinking. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I started to work on implementing or designing the HUD, and I decided this would be the prototype for it. So our HUD, it will keep track of the total score, the current level, and the number of lives the player has. I was thinking of using ACS for this, but I found out that might be overkill for what I'm trying to do. So instead, I'll just take the normal approach of just creating a basic HUD class. And yes, right now I'm just I'm looking back at my previous projects on how I did it, as it's been a while. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I continue to work on the HUD, and as you can see here, it isn't turning out as well as I planned. And yeah, so I'm thinking this has something to do with the way I set up the viewport for the HUD. but I'm not exactly sure, so I'm going to continue messing with this tomorrow. So I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I fixed that issue I had with the HUD not showing up properly, and what the issue was is that I added lines of code that would basically refresh the screen, removing the previous rendered sprites, which is the blocks, paddle, and the ball. And the other issue I had with the HUD was I gave it the wrong viewport sizes, so it was extremely big and it was rendering like these labels really big and we couldn't see it. So what I had to do to fix this is pass in a virtual width and height value, which I had set up in my menu screen as well. And after that, it started to display properly. So yeah, I think it's starting to look pretty good. And my next step is to add the ball textures next to the lives. And also, I changed the layout because I thought it just looked better like this. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I continued to work on the HUD and I added the ball textures as you can see here. And today I learned that for this to work I need to create a new image object for each ball texture. And the reason why is because an actor, or in this case an image object, is considered an actor, can only have one parent. And so yeah, so I also changed the layout as you can see here. I changed it again, but this time I think I'm gonna be sticking with this as I think it looks pretty nice. One thing I do worry about is that the player can get confused with the ball textures for the lives from the actual ball that's bouncing around. But let me know what you guys think. If anything, I could just make it a show a number instead of a texture. And yeah, so next I'm gonna start making the HUD more functional. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I started to work on making the HUD functional, and the first thing I did is that I started to plan for the score system. I got kind of stuck on how to get this or how to plan this properly. What I'm thinking is that in my collision system, I'm going to keep track of the global score, and then whenever a ball block collision occur, it will update the score value. So now the next step is to retrieve this value in the main class so that I can update it in update the HUD. And I was thinking of doing it through a custom listener interface where it will call a method in the collision system to update the HUD with the new score. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I worked on implementing the plan that I had yesterday where I create a custom listener interface that would listen for the ball block collisions, and then it would call on the method in the main screen where it would update the HUD based on a score component that we made. Right now there seems to be an issue with the score component being null, so if I let go of the ball and it collides, the game crashes because score component is null, and we're trying to access this variable when the collision occurs. I'm not exactly sure why this is happening because I made sure that for each block entity they have a score component, but I'm gonna spend time tomorrow debugging and I'll see what I can figure out. So that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I managed to fix the issue I was having yesterday where the game would crash when the ball would collide with the block like this, and now our score gets updated. And the reason why I did it in the first place is because I was using the wrong variable and I was accessing an entity or accessing a component that the entity didn't have, which is why it was returning null. And next I started to work on adding sound effects to the game, and I was trying to figure out a plan on how to do it with ECS. This means I have to create a sound component and then a sound system to manage all the different sound effects for the game. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I started to plan out how the sound component should work, and I was thinking of utilizing a hash map where it will store in a string key, which will be the sound effect's name and then the sound value. And this way I can scale it with multiple sounds for the entity, because not all entities have the same amount of sounds or even the same sounds. And I think the way I want to handle this is by checking the collisions and then checking to see what the collision or the collision entities are, and then depending on the type of collision that occurred, then we can control which sound effect gets played. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I managed to add sounds to my game, as you can hear right now, but there is this issue where in the beginning the ball and paddle are or the sound is playing multiple times because I made it so that if the ball and paddle collide, it'll play the sound, and beginning when the paddle and ball, or the ball is attached to the paddle, they're technically colliding, so I'm gonna have to fix that tomorrow. And basically the way I added sounds is by using hash maps and storing in a sound object based on a string key, which would be the name of the sound. And then in the system that processes these sound effects, I check for the collisions and the type of collisions and play the corresponding sound based on those collisions. And right now I think it sounds pretty good, and I'm really liking it so far. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I was able to fix that bug where the sound would go off in the beginning while the ball was still attached to the paddle. And then I spent time trying to make the background appear for the level, and I think it's starting to look like an actual game now with the sound effects. And yeah, I'm really liking this progress so far, but we'll see how things go from here. And next I'm going to be working on the level system. So when there are no more blocks, it will make a dialogue appear where it will first show them like their score, lives, and the level they're in right now, and it'll just say like completed or something like that, and then there's going to be a button that they can click on which will take them to the next level. So yeah, that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I spent time thinking about how I'm going to implement the dialogue that appears when there are no more blocks. And right now I am taking the messy approach and brute forcing my way to solving this problem, because some of the code that I am adding doesn't really make sense to add in the specific systems that I'm adding them into. And here the idea is to check for the number of blocks left, and then once it reaches 0, we're gonna reference our HUD and then display the table with the congratulations message and the button that will take them to the next level. So for this to work, I'm thinking that I'll need to pass in a reference to the HUD in the collision system so that I can display that dialogue when the win condition happens, or when the user runs out of lives too, which I'll work after this feature. And yeah, so that pretty much ends my day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello, so today I worked on the UI for the dialogue that will appear when the user finishes a level. And to demonstrate this, I made it so that if the ball made contact with a single block, the dialogue will appear. So I'll demonstrate it right now. So if it's the block, you can see at the bottom the dialogue, and right now it's looking really rough right now, but I'm gonna continue working on this tomorrow, and yeah, so I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello, so today I continue to work on the dialogue that appears when there are no more blocks in the game. And for demo purposes, I will make the dialogue appear when the ball collides with the block. So today I was able to display the dialogue in the center, as you can see here, and I did fix a minor bugs where it was duplicating, and then I also refactored some of the code. So now the issue I'm facing is the ability to interact with this button once the dialogue is displayed. So right now you can't really do anything with it. If I click on it, nothing's happening. So yeah, that'll be my main focus for tomorrow, and I'll see you guys then. Bye. Hello everyone, so this is day 365 of trying to learn game development in Java. And today I want to take this time to kind of review my journey and talk about the future of this channel. So for 365 days, I've been spending roughly 15 minutes a day learning how to develop games in Java. And I'm honestly surprised that I stuck it through all the way, because usually I procrastinate a bit. But in terms of how I feel right now, compared to when I first started, which is day 1, I'd say I feel way more confident than I did before. So what I mean by that is if I have an idea for a game, I feel more confident that I can get it done versus day 1, where I probably would have struggled a bit and probably would have given up because I just lacked the knowledge, I guess. And the reason I started this challenge is because I remember hearing somebody say that if you spend 15 minutes a day learning X, right, it could be anything, then you'll be an expert within a year. and I always wanted to learn how to make games, and I know there's like Unity, Unreal Engine, and all those like Godot, all those engines that I could have used, but I chose Java or LibGDX, which is the game framework I'm using, because I'm just more familiar with Java and I just like coding in Java. So I just decided to use it so I could expand my Java skills and learn game development. And I'm not making, so for game development, I'm only treating this as a hobby. So nothing, I'm not going to try to like make a career out of it. There's just something on the side that I do. So even if it takes longer versus using a game engine, I'll be fine with it. And maybe later down the line, I do plan on using a game engine, but for the time being, I just want it to be as a hobby. And what I can say though about this challenge is that 15 minutes is not enough, because I feel like to like get into the state of mind to like focus and learn something, it'll take more than 15 minutes. Because there were many times when I was doing this challenge where I would get stuck in a problem, but my 15 minutes were up. So that problem, like when I was trying to solve the problem within that 15 minutes, and I couldn't solve it by the end of that 15 minutes, I had to wait till the next day to kind of continue that thought, and the flow gets cut off because I stopped myself. So definitely, I don't think 15 minutes is good enough. But like if it's the worst thing you can do, then I'd suggest 15 minutes, because it did make it a lot easier for me to tackle the task, because I know I'm just going to spend 15 minutes on it, and that's really not that much compared to the rest of the day or the rest of the time I have for the day. So yeah, and this whole like documenting this whole challenge, I really enjoyed it. I got to share my journey with all of you guys. So, and even like in the future, like if I do continue to improve my game development skills, I could always look back at these days to like kind of humble myself and just like I guess remember the times, the difficult times, and where I'm at and stuff like that. And I do suggest other people to do this too, because it's like you get to see how much you've grown, and it's very rewarding at the end when you get to like compare yourself to the beginning and then see how big of a difference that is. So if you guys have any questions that you like to ask me about like my skills, my knowledge, or anything about like I guess this journey, feel free to leave it down in the comments, and I'll try to answer it as soon as I can. So now let's talk about what the future of this channel is going to be. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure just yet. I'm thinking about, should I make this like a learning channel where I try to learn a new skill every year or something like that, or do I like double down on the game development and just like focus on just like developing games in Java? And I'm not sure if I'm gonna do the daily journals now, since I already reached a year. What I might do, or what I'm kind of leaning towards on, is only make videos if there's an update, right? So if I have like a problem and let's say I'm stuck at that problem, then there's really no point in me like making a video out of it. What do you guys think about that? For me, I was thinking that I could just like only update you guys when like I implement a feature successfully, and yeah. And then maybe in the future I could do a devlog surrounding Java development, gaming, or just like make these challenges like building a game or something like that. Or I could just make it or I could make a tutorial on how to build specific Java games, or like at least show you guys how I would do it. But there's already, I think, someone who makes pretty good Java or LibGDX tutorials, which I'll leave down in the comments or in the description if you guys are interested. So yeah, that pretty much ends this day, and it ends this chapter in my game development journey. I am also thinking of like compiling all of these vlogs together and then making like a whole like video out of it. If you guys just want to view the whole journey like in one session, I guess. So yeah, I guess that pretty much ends my year or my year's worth of learning. So, all right, I'll see you guys next time. Bye.